All right. Thank you guys for coming out here. I want to just say thank you guys for all showing up. My goal for this was to have 40 people come to the symposium. We have 80 people that have signed up. So thank you guys so much for coming out here. I'm really happy to see all these faces ready to be passionate about a fish that is often forgotten about by the rest of the world. So my name is Elizabeth Burns. In case you don't know me, I have a master's degree in marine biology and ichthyology. That's why it's so cool that I get to work on a naturalist fish like this. It covers everything, fish and ocean and terrestrial life. My thesis was on actual fish sounds and fish behavior. So I kind of cover a lot of bases. I've been running the Southern Steelhead Coalition for 2 years, and we finally got to expand it into a huge area because when I first started the Southern Steelhead Coalition, one of the complaints was, why isn't it larger? Which is a really big task to answer on your first day on the job, basically. So I'm really glad that it started to expand, and it has gotten this big to cover so many areas. We now cover all the way from Santa Maria to the Santa Monica Mountains, and seeing so many different people from so different places just shows how many people care about this fish all over the place. So thank you very much for coming out, and I would love to introduce our brand new tribal liaison, Casmali Lopez, and give him a couple of minutes to talk about himself and what he'd like to be a conservation.
Haku, me up, Mitch. It's an honor to be here with you all today. My name is Casmali Lopez. Come from up the creek of the village of Shalawa, and that's kind of where my story with steelhead starts. Is being a kid there and playing in the creek and seeing those fish in that creek there, and I couldn't tell you exactly how many years it's been, since I've seen those fish in that creek, but it's those type of stories that build up. We have this concept in our philosophy. We call it muptamai, that deep memory. As the name of one of our tomos, and that's really the reason why I'm here today is because there's this idea of what it means to work on these things, and we know that the power looking back into the past, the movement of history seems inevitable. Everything seemed as it was bound to happen because of the way that things were moving, and that's the reality of the past. And we're here today because the future does not seem so certain. And we each have within ourselves, those tasks that have been handed down to us through our own understanding of the world and our own feelings and our own hearts. And it's an honor to be here and stand and represent my community. I was raised being involved in the Tomo Society, being involved in a relationship with the natural world, and that sort of expanded into all of the work that I've done, whether it was community organizing in high school. I really got my grounds in understanding the power of grassroots organizing, and that's where really our power stands. Looking at the shutting down of the federal government, we're reminded that we can't have these reliances, that our power and that our reliances need to stand with each other. And tribal organizations for so many years have been interested in this work. Talk about I was just thinking about my grandpa. The data we have on fire in relationship to the riparian areas begins at the end of the removal of the people from the land. And so when we think about this data we're hearing today and we're talking about it, we have stories that go long before that. And the importance of that is not because it is because in the old way, in our way, to see the world is to see the past, the present, and the future in a single glance. And that's a serious philosophical process. And it's a serious philosophical question. I don't have time in the next 10 minutes to go through the history of the land here today. We could go presentations and presentations, but that's also, partially why we are gathered together, because of that history is in so many places and so many stories and so many, whether it's fishing, whether it's, hiking along the creeks, all these things come together to give us that power. That power that then gives us that ability to, make the future inevitable in terms of our dreams. And when we speak about dreaming, It's a mode and process of speculative reasoning. And that is what is so beautiful about this gathering, is because it's able to bring together our dreams, our different speculative reasonings, our understandings of the world, and build that into the future. And that, I think, is the key for me. The task we have here today is building the future. And it's an honor to see each and every one of your faces and know that there's people standing behind you, and whether it's things that you've read, those ideas are, we have a saying, we're swimming in an ocean of spirit. All of us, we're bringing those things together, and that's what's beautiful here today. And my work as just getting started, working as a tribal liaison with this organization, and from that perspective, I'm excited to get to know all of you and get to know the projects you're working on, and especially to be able to coordinate and facilitate partnership plans. And so I think that's something that I definitely want to have on everyone's minds moving forward, is that if whether I know, especially on the realm of building capacity, building power, as well as being on the level of intervention into the restoration philosophy, and the actualization of those philosophies is what tribal communities are interested in. There's been a lot of now 200 years of watching mismanagement go on, and you're sitting on the sideline going, come on, guys, take a look around for a second, But it's good. It's good that to see all y'all, here and seeing and understanding that what we have to now do to come together to make make the future possible. And so again, I just wanted to express my gratitude to all of you, and express my gratitude to the future that we're building. And I want to take a second to honor my relatives that were coming from San Ynez Environmental Office. It's a real cool seeing them here today, and there's enough work to go around. There's so much work that needs to be done. There's so much. Every corner is important. Remember my growing up, my dad. There's always something going on in this world, and my dad would always tell me, he goes, it's easy to travel somewhere to fight, but we all have to fight where we stand. We each have our place where we're doing our work, where we can do what we can do. So I want to do finish up with some a little bit of story. Shibishiwash and Enameme were sad over the loss of their friend. An old man came along and observed their woe. He asked them, "What do you miss?" And they responded, "We miss the sparkling of the sun." That old man told them that on the following night they would see the sparkling of the sun. And on that night they pointed to the stars and said that they were the sparks of the sun. I like to think about those sparks of the sun here in the onso, that dancing light on the trout in the river, sitting in the eddy. So thank you, and I'm looking forward to get to know all of you, and really excited to be here today. Oh.
Alright, okay, everybody, so this is how this is gonna go. If I could have everybody's attention, please, we're gonna start our symposium. Okay, so let's start with our first speaker, Connor Everts.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. This thing working? Yes. All right, then I won't shout. My name is Connor Everts. I know some of you. I just rushed up here. Oh, I don't even. Okay. All right. I just rushed up here like others. It's crazy times we live in, but I think the best moment is when we all get together, especially around an issue like this. It's good to see some friends out there. Those of you who don't know me, I guess I've been around for a long time, but I really want to start talking with how I started on this issue, which is when I was 4 years old. I was rowed out to Lake Matilaha when it was still a lake, and I started catching trout with a little fluger reel and a metal rod and monofilament line. Now, later I'd come back with Bruce Babbitt when he was Secretary of the Interior, and we took a ceremonial piece off of that dam, which has been notched 3 times. I'll have pictures, a few pictures of that. I'm not a scientist. I guess I call myself an activist, but I've also been elected to the Casitas Municipal Water District. I ran the groundwater agency. I've got a fatal attraction for coalitions. I'm real excited. It's more like juggling kittens. But I run the statewide environmental water caucus. And our executive director just passed away. He kind of passed it on to me. I also run the desal response group because I've been fighting ocean desalination because of the intakes and the impacts on fish for many years. And the Southern California Watershed Alliance, which is why I'm here for this, because we work on steelhead recovery, steelhead education, and also connecting to community-based environmental justice groups for economic development through conservation. So I was just at Mono Lake event because we're very interested in repeating the victory there that we had that linked Fish and Game Code 5937 and the public trust to allow 30% of the water that was saved by community groups in LA to go to return water to Mono Lake, that unique alkaline, brine, shrimp, bird-filled area. The creeks themselves have trout in them, not the lake itself. It doesn't support any fish, but it has a key with the Salt Lake City being the only other major alkaline lake, and that one's 9, connection to bird supplies far away from South America, the phalaropes, to use there to nest and feed. When too much water is taken, coyotes are getting over. So this isn't about steelhead. To me, it's all about watershed and our connections, not just the scientific part, but the personal part, how we connect. So as I raced up here, I was afraid I was late. It was just getting out of Los Angeles that was the hard part. After that, but then I saw someone I knew, Candice, and I realized we're all gathering, and what we do best is talk and network. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time talking about too many issues, but I do want to talk about them. And I think the history I have, I ended up at Matilha Dam in '69. There were some cabins we rented and it was flooding. There was big rains happening for most of the month and big boulders were rolling down the creeks. But the steelhead made it up, but they were blocked by that damn dam that somebody beautifully cut a ribbon down with scissors. You know, I'll see that picture. But at that time, there wasn't anything, the water was just flowing over the top. To that point, it was almost completely filled with silt. When I was on the water board, we saw no interest in it because you couldn't really store water there. They couldn't quite figure out how to take it down and deal with the silt that would fill the whole river. So they talked about that for a long time. I guess they're still talking about it. But there are solutions. We actually knew we were going to have a major El Nino, and with the extremes of climate change where we have really high levels of both flood and drought, we could just blow the damn thing up. And I was actually given instructions by a former Navy SEAL. I'm not recommending that we're eco-terrorists or anything. I'm just saying conceptually. He had studied the Green Dam, the St. Francis Dam, that blew out through Ventura, wiped out towns of Fillmore and Piru. They counted 5,000 people dead. They did not count the Native Americans. They did not count Mexicans at the time. It changed the whole area and kind of made it sacred open space. And so every year he would take his kids and they'd go study how the dam moved huge blocks of concrete downstream and what happened when it broke. So the construction of dams relies on failures. And so they build up until there's a failure. And then they study that again, and then they get overly enthusiastic and build bigger and bigger dams. So I'm happy to have seen some dams come down, like Butte Creek. My favorite documentary, and maybe many of yours, is Damnation. Yeah. And Patagonia, if you haven't seen it, you definitely have to. But it shows our local dams here as well. So when I was maybe about 10 years old, I was supposed to be at the beach, but I wandered up Malibu Creek. And there's a deep hole there, Cross Creek, where the road crossed. So one of the many impediments you would think. But I was fishing just for warm water fish with Velveeta cheese and a little tiny rod and a light line, and something hit. And that fish just kept going. And they say, how do you know when you have a steelhead? And I said, when it takes all your line and keeps going, because that's what happened to me. And then suddenly I was fascinated, like, what's this fish? And I got to meet Mark Capelli and others. We had things at Patagonia where I worked for a while against desalination at Ventura, where we invited people to bring all the pictures they had through the years. So I never got any pictures of my grandfather. I knew he caught salmon all the way down to Newport Bay. He caught sea run cutthroat, which I've never seen off Ventura, but there's also these amazing pictures of what were huge runs of steelhead and salmon in the Santa Clara, Ventura, and other rivers. So we have amnesia for our natural history, but I'm so glad to see a lot of people, especially people I don't know, are here and interested in this today. Because in the midst of everything else that's happening in the world and this country, this is something we can actually make real change. And we need to respect those that were here before us and those, the tribal people, but also a few others. I'd like to mention Jim Edmondson, who started the original Steelhead Coalition that we had years ago. Nick DeCroce, who can be here today, he was another part of this Environmental Water Caucus, but a very active Cal Trout member, involved in conservation. He kind of sucked me into the Bay Delta estuary, which is like quicksand and a quagmire. So I'm trying to step back out locally and work more on things I can see some real change in, like what the work you all are doing. Nick DeCroce retired at 80 something. So my dream was always to be between retiring at 84 from this coalition and sadly, David Nismith named Chicken for his Peace Corps work, but I just went to his memorial, so you have to excuse me. But he was also known for not being chicken of anything. So we went down a river one time, a bunch of policy people, and he got us stuck on top of a rock with no water underneath on purpose. And so then he says, okay, here's the exercise. We're all going to run at the same time and jump in towards the front of the raft. Then it'll drop down through the falls and we'll be on the other end. And we did it. But I don't think I ever went with him again. So anyway, he sadly had a stroke at 69. Very healthy person, but there is a risk of the work we do, the travel we do. Former Cal Trout coordinator living in San Diego area was driving constantly. He was in a car accident. We have to take care of each other. We have to watch out for each other. And these days, you have to watch out for mental health when you're doing good work. There's no limit to the work you want and you can do, but it's good to take care of everyone as well. So I just want to do an introduction. I actually want to hear all the presentations that are coming. So to me, going and doing a lot of public speaking in front of agencies where they can limit you from 5 to 3 to 2, and recently 1 minute. Try saying what you need to say in that short period of time. I can actually do it, but the idea that I might have 8 to 12 minutes overwhelmed me. So given everything, I wanted to show you just a few. Sorry, these should all be visual, but can you?
Yeah, we can do it. You have a couple minutes left, in fact.
Okay.
There we go.
All right, so this was out front, local newspaper, with a picture of the dying Colorado River, saying that with reservoir shrinking, California braces for hard choices on its most precious resource. I wish we had thought of that when the dam first went in and made better use of the water. So one of my mentors, Dorothy Green, who wrote Managing California's Water Avoiding Crisis, UC Press 2007, she just wanted to call it California water politics, but they wouldn't use that. She would say, we don't have a water crisis. We don't have a shortage of water. We just mismanage what we have. And people have listened to her because she was older. When I say that, water agencies get really upset, but we know it's true. We lose 8 to 10% of all our water in system wide, and it's much higher than that. When I was in Ojai and head of the groundwater agency, we're losing the private utility that's now Golden State Water, was Southern California Water. They lost 30 to 40% of their old leaky pipes with treated water, embedded energy, just was gone. I knew most of that went back into the groundwater, but not all of it. So that's the wrong way to run drinking water utilities, and yet it happens all over the place. And the amount of energy we save when we save water is greater than all the energy efficiency programs put together. And if we reduce imports of water and maximize our local water usage, then we reach a point where we're actually safer from anything, earthquakes, drought, extremes of climate change that might happen. And we haven't reached that point yet. We're looking at major recycling programs, so the Metropolitan Water District, but they put the deadlines out so far, and then when we're almost there at the deadline, they put it out again. So we need to make those priority, but we always need to, and the missing link is to take a percentage of that water, and let's say 30%, and give it back to the environment, give it to the fish.
Connor, you're into your question and answer time.
Okay, I'm gonna leave you with one last thing. The Department of Water and Power, despite our victory, 95, the State Water Resources Control Board has never complied. So 31 years later, we're gonna have to sue them and start the whole process again. So just winning and working at a regulatory agency doesn't always work. These are just a few pictures I mentioned. That's Rindge Dam. Amazingly, kids jump off of that. It's a deep, long hike to get there or over the top. Some of just a few pictures of the old fish. This is the approach to Rindge. That's Jim Edmondson, who is atypical, but a great coordinator and facilitator. And that's it. That's my information. Those are my organizations. Feel free to contact me. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Otherwise, we can get on with the day. Good. Thank you all very much. Well, I'm collecting pictures of steelhead shirts. So I need a good photographer, but this is the most expensive shirt I ever got from Patagonia with a steelhead on it. And this one you may have seen, there's great work going on the Arroyo Seco, but this one is from the Arroyo Seco and the LA River groups. And then this one I served on the Southern Restoration Federation. To them, Davis is south, but I got them to Santa Barbara. And this was their view of Southern California and steelhead. All right, thank you.
Does anyone have any questions?
Okay.
Connor,
Yes.
is Nick still around? Is Nick still around?
Hi, Mark. Good to see you here. He is, but not active anymore. Yeah, I asked him because he worked with Chicken if he wanted. I drive him.
Yeah.
He wasn't able to. A great travel partner. He always brought 2 bottles of wine with him.
Only 2?
Well, we drank the first 2. After that, I can't talk about. I get out of your way. Thank you.
All right, so guys, next speaker will be Rosi Dagit. So we're gonna get her set up. Feel free to talk amongst yourselves. Rosi, do you want to share your screen so we can get you ready?
Thank you so much, Elizabeth, for inviting us to come and share the story of the fish in Topanga Creek after the fire. As you can see from this image that Caltrans very generously shared with us, things were a little crazy after the Palisades Fire down at Topanga Creek and Lagoon and made it really challenging for our fish. Before I get really going, I want to say thank you to everyone who helped pull all these things together. The team from CDFW and National Marine Fisheries who helped coordinate the rescue, our incredible contributors who provided funding to help us pull together this huge effort. And I think what it really showed me is how important these coalitions are, because when push comes to shove and things need to happen, it's good to have friends. And so while I'm sorry that I'm not there in person today to see those of you who I know and those of you who I don't yet know, I do think it's a really important thing to remember how important these coalitions and partnerships really are. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on the background here, just to say that in the Santa Monica Mountains since the year 2000, we have only documented Southern Steelhead in 3 watersheds, Arroyo Sequite, Malibu, and Topanga. And the fish in Arroyo Sequite and Malibu were extirpated pretty much after the 2018 Woolsey fire. And the story I'll tell you today is about what's happening in Topanga Creek in response to that fire. In December of 2024, we had our first fire in Malibu that covered and it burned all of the critical habitat designated from Rindge Dam to the ocean. And then in January, the Palisades Fire did the same thing for all the critical habitat in the Topanga Creek watershed. And as I was thinking about all of these things, I realized, and I don't know if Mo Gomez is there today or not, but if he is, you should touch base with him because we've done a lot of work over the years trying to put together documents, best management practices, responses, and actually some really targeted and thoughtful ways to think ahead and prepare our watersheds so we don't have the kind of devastation that we've had. And when you look at these fire maps, you see that this is an ongoing and accelerating problem that we're dealing with. So in addition to dealing with these long-term habitat restoration projects like what Connor highlighted in terms of removal of Malibu Dam and the removal of Rindge Dam, in collaboration with our partners at Stillwater Sciences, and I think Ethan might be there this morning, we decided that we needed some short-term actions that we could all get our heads around and take so that we can create more resiliency and redundancy on the landscape. And I'm happy to report that quite a lot of the recommendations that came out of that very extensive and thoughtful process with an extensive technical advisory committee, we've actually got going. And the formalization of the TAC hasn't really started, but I think this Southern Steelhead Coalition is a really great jumping off point for that. And CDFW has been doing a lot of isolated rescues here and there in response to the drought. But the three things that we were able to kind of jumpstart into action, we're thinking about more programmatic rescues, taking rescued wild fish to restore fish that were removed in a historically used habitat, and also most importantly, figuring out ways that we could temporarily and safely hold fish while we were figuring out where they could go and when their habitat was destroyed. We still have some other important things on the table that we haven't gotten yet, but it's a good start. I want to do a shout out to the Fillmore Hatchery because this was one of the first big rescue fish holding operations that they managed. And we really learned a lot from their experience. And one of the things that we learned is one holding facility probably is not enough, that having redundancy in this was also really important. And I'm happy to report that thanks to some funding through former Assembly Member Richard Bloom, we are close to completing and having online, ready to roll, a fish rescue facility at the Edison High School in Huntington Beach. Teacher Greg Gardner has done an amazing job there, putting together a fantastic aquaculture program. And now we're going to have the ability to have Fillmore towards the north, Edison High School towards the south, to be able to hold any fish that are at risk in their native watersheds. So just to kind of give you a view of what Malibu looked like after the fire, the watershed burned pretty much up to the tunnels just above Rindge Dam. And so all that material flowed down. Similarly, in Topanga, you can see in the center of this image that there was a small riparian corridor that survived the fire, but the majority of the watershed, all the way to the ridge tops and over, was depositing ash and sending debris into the water system immediately after the fire, including down to the lagoon itself. So we realized after the fire that we needed to get the fish out of Topanga. And doing that took a tremendous amount of coordination with Incident Command. And this is the Zuma parking lot with not one space empty during the incident. But thanks to their collaboration and coordination, we were able to get down and start checking water quality, making sure what we were going to be able to do and how and when. And with that, I'd like to share with you a short video that was done by Matt Benton and Zach Edwards to document what all went on. So hopefully this will work.
The massive Palisades Fire, the largest in the city, has grown to nearly 25,000 acres, destroying an estimated 75%.
Officials are concerned that bursts of heavy rain could trigger flash mudslides and flooding.
As soon as the rain comes, we are going to lose everything in this creek. We need to go in and get these trout out. During a fire, everybody wants to help, and this was a way people could actually do something.
Giant group today. Thank you everyone so much for coming out. Southern Steelhead and Topanga Creek are extremely important population. This is kind of the last remaining population of steelhead in the Santa Monica Mountains. They're genetically wild fish, and it's something that...
Over the past 100 years, we've managed to destroy so many crucial habitats for these fish. They're not here anymore because of dams, because we've changed the passage opportunities. We've gotten to the point where there's so few fish remaining on the landscape. The idea is we've got to just build our numbers back up again. So if we lose a watershed population, it's not like we're losing the whole species. And if we have all these little watersheds like string of pearls up and down the coast, not just in Southern California, but all along the coast, that increases the opportunity that there can be natural recolonization. We knew that once that rain came and brought the sediment down, there were going to be debris flows and no fish was going to survive that. You guys have what you need? Yes? Put it on, get ready. There's nowhere to go and there's no water. You're just buried in the mud. The fact that the entire designated critical habitat for the steelhead from ridgeline to ridgeline burned. There was no choice. We knew that there was going to be no habitat after this. E-fishing is a really interesting technique that's been used for years in the fisheries world. Many fish are actually negative charged in their head. So if you put a positive charge in the water, it sort of draws the fish, if you will, towards that, and you can net them. Yep.
That's a small bucket.
Hello. Oh.
We started low.
Fish rescues like this not only save specific individuals, but they save the genetic biodiversity of those individuals, which is the key to keeping populations going into the future. I just want to thank you all for coming and helping with this. This was a really amazing day, and to have all your help, I hope you all feel like you got to do something. You know, it's really nice to do something that is positive. So, you know, fish for the future. Yes! Yes! I think people felt like they had done something really helpful and useful and contributed towards the survival of a species. And how many of us get to say that some particular action that we did can help keep a species from going extinct in a place? That's a pretty exciting thing. So it was a really wonderful thing that Arroyo Hondo, the watershed that had burned in 2021 and lost their population of fish, was all ready to receive new fish. And we are very grateful to everyone who helped facilitate that. And it was really wonderful to see that the fish reproduced there. There were over 100 young of the year observed by CDFW this spring, and even 2 anadromous adult steelhead made it up the creek. And when you look at what's happening in Topanga Creek and where the sediment is, this is from our habitat mapping that we did earlier in September. And you can see that there are no pools left really. And out of all of our 5,300 meters of habitat, it was really very sobering to see that the sediment had filled in so much. And now we have willows sprouting all over, creating meadows, which is going to require higher velocity flows to scour things back out. But amazingly enough, there was about 200 meters of habitat left. Wasn't great, but it was something. And much to our delight, we found 47 trout that had actually survived the fire and the mud flows and all the craziness. And they ranged in size between 4 and 12 inches. And I have to say that if anything could give me a sense of hope and confirm my belief in the resilience of these fish, this was it. So thank you very much. I hope that was helpful to you.
Thank you very much, Rosie. Let me turn down. All right, so Rosie is live, so we can field questions. Does anybody have questions? All right, I'll go first. Hi, Rosie. So I just wanted to ask you, what made you guys think to look for any surviving fish? Because when you first showed us reports of how this river got filled in, or the creeks, you said it was filled in like so much mud, right? So what made you think to go looking at all in general? Was it an accident? Was it on purpose, or?
Well, it was very much on purpose. After the fires, we had determined that we needed to do some habitat mapping to have a baseline of what the conditions were post-fire. And as we did that habitat mapping and came across, a couple fish that we could see visually, by September, Caltrans had allowed us to go back into the upper reach where the hill slopes were still pretty unstable. During our habitat mapping, it's the first time I've ever done habitat mapping in a hard hat, but it was really interesting to see. So we went back and did a snorkel survey just of the habitat that still existed. And that's when we were able to document 47 fish. So in November before the fire, there were about 550 individuals that we counted. We were able to rescue 270, and 40 of them made it through all of the trials and tribulations, which is pretty darn impressive. And so now we'll be looking to see what happens to those fish and continuing to monitor them via snorkel surveys.
Thank you. Anybody else? I'm walking back.
You can wave right there. She's right there in that camera, so you don't have to go there.
As you can see, Tim Robbins.
Oh no, she's frozen?
Where's the camera?
Right here.
Hi, Tim.
All
Nice
right,
to see you.
Such an incredible story of those 47 fish. My question for you is, given your past monitoring, are you going to do pit tag monitoring this coming migration season?
Ooh, I don't know if we're going to try that or not. We'll have to coordinate with Kyle and his team. They're the ones who have actually taken over the pit tagging for us in Topanga Creek. But I'm going to be a little cautious about doing that because that's a big stress. And I don't know that we want to add more stress to the life of these fish. But Tim, thank you for asking the question. And also, I would like to recognize Tim and his team from the Kachuma Operations Board. They came and helped with the electrofishing to help us catch fish, and they were awesome. So thank you so much, Tim.
All right, I think we can do another question. Does anybody have another question for Rosie? Okay.
I got.
Oh, you got one? Great.
Again, if you want.
Hi, Rosie.
Hey,
Just wondering so you guys just found these survivor fish. I'm wondering what you think the risk is for them to, potentially perish this winter if there's high flows and more sedimentation influx, and from what you saw, what you think their chances are to continue to persist there.
that's a really challenging question, Casey. I think we're going to have to wait and see what the rains give us. The hill slopes are still really unstable, and there is a lot of material that has not yet come down. And because we didn't have much rain this past year, the vegetation really has not recovered sufficiently to hold the slopes on the steep side. I think we're just going to have to really keep close eyes on them. And the challenge is that they're in a really inaccessible spot because you can only get in and out now in, way below them. And then you have to go out way above them, which involves some boulder scrambling and things like that. So I think we're just going to have to keep an eye and see where it goes. The habitat they have seems to be sufficient to keep them going for now. And we will go in and see if the water level drops or not. And if it does, then we will definitely be in touch with you to see about trying to rescue these fish and get them out of the system. But we'll just have to wait and see.
Thank you very much, Rosie. Everybody give the last hand for Rosie. That'll be it for her. I'm tipping out the off screen now. Can't see her.
You'll be like, why is she standing up?
I'm gonna set my timer.
Okay. And then that's you in the camera, so you.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. Thanks for having me. Much appreciated. As was mentioned, I'm RJ Van Sant with California State Parks. And today I'm going to talk about the Malibu Creek Ecosystem Restoration Project, also known as Rindge Dam. I saw some photos earlier. So I'm going to talk about the plan that we are doing right now to remove the dam. So in the simplest terms, the project involves removal of Rindge Dam, which you can see here on the right, removal of all that material behind the dam, which is about 80,000 cubic yards. It's completely silted in. There's no water holding capacity. And then less glamorous, but still extremely important with this project actually is the removal or modification of 8 smaller barriers upstream. So like road culverts, 1 small dam, things like that. So the dam, I'm sure most of you know, or a lot of you know, but just in case, it's on Malibu Creek, so in the Santa Monica Mountains. It's about 3 miles upstream from Malibu Lagoon. It's in Malibu Creek State Park, so it's on state park owned land. This is the star there is the dam itself. And then actually the black dots with the white circles are the upstream barriers. And those are on tributaries to Malibu Creek. So on Cold Creek and on Las Virgenes Creek. Those are a combination of some are on state parks land, some are on actually private property, some are on other owners. And so those are, require a little bit more effort as far as coordination to get those out or to get those remediated for fish passage. Okay.
Whoa. What happened?
What'd you do?
I didn't do nothing. I was actually just unpinning Rosie. Let's skip this going then. Okay. Ah. We're good now?
This is not working. Okay. All right.
Sorry to mess with your flow.
No, all good. So what's what are we trying to do? What's the objectives of the project? So steelhead, Southern California steelhead, the main species for this project, looking at recovery for those, but it's beyond that. It's restoring ecosystem functions, natural processes. Without that, you don't get steelhead, right? We can focus on species, which is great, but I think we need to focus on the processes that make those species there, that allow them to survive. And so that's a big part of this, is getting rid of the dam, getting natural sediment transport happening again. From a dam perspective, it's probably not one of the worst dams as far as ecosystem processes. You downstream, you don't have incision. It's not really sediment starved because of the dam, because it's full now. It was full within 30 years of being constructed or so. And so luckily the sediment has been mostly going over the dam. It's not holding back water, so hydrology is pretty standard. So from a bigger perspective, from dam, it's not as damaging, but of course it's blocking habitat, which is very obviously a problem. And so getting rid of that is going to reconnect habitat for not only steelhead, for other aquatic species, for terrestrial species who use those corridors for migration to the coast and further inland. Really important. And as I mentioned, there's no flood control capacity for it. There's no water storage. So it's serving zero purpose, which is great. That makes it really easier to potentially remove it, right? When it doesn't serve any sort of function. And so the top right photo here is the yellows, the existing habitat. So it's about 3 miles from the lagoon to the base of the dam. And the red is what would be gained by implementation of this project. So it's 18 miles, so 5 times as much habitat. So pretty substantial. And it gets up with these tributaries. The watershed on the right is Cold Creek. It's named Cold Creek for a reason. So water temperatures are pretty cold. And so it's great habitat, rearing habitat, spawning habitat for them. It's not going to restore the access that the species had pre-human development by any means, but it's going to open up the amount of habitat they have pretty substantially compared to what is there now. So the project is pretty significant from a statewide perspective. It's mentioned in the California salmon strategy specifically. It's talked about, of course, in the Southern California Steel Recovery Plan. It's one of CalTrout's top dams out initiatives. So especially for the southern population, which is adapted more towards these varying temperatures and the warmer temperatures, that with climate change, the thought is that they might be more adapted to handle warmer temperatures and be able to potentially move further up in the state should temperatures increase up there. So their genetics are a little bit different and are even more adapted in our southern part of the state for these fluctuations. Okay, so a little bit real quick about the dam itself. So it was completed in 1926, so it's about 100 years old now. It's concrete, 100 feet tall. So the part on the right, so here's the dam itself. This is the arch portion of it, and then here's the spillway. There were 4 or 5 gates right here that are not functional anymore. So the stream now goes over these, completely silted in. So the original invert of the stream is down here, and now the new one is, so it's basically 100 feet higher. So if you're standing up here, you're 100 feet above historically where that stream would have been, which is pretty interesting just standing up there. So by 1950-ish, it was full of sediment. There were a couple of attempts to remove sediment. That never happened. And I should mention, this was built by the Rindge family, so privately owned. Really interesting history of Malibu and that whole area by the Rindge family. They owned about 13,000 acres and 20 something miles of coastline there. There's an interesting book that's written about them, but so they built this for their own water supply, own farming, like pretty minor stuff. They weren't really selling the water. They weren't really using it for economic reasons. It was more of a personal reason. So full sediment by the 50s, decommissioned by 60s, and then acquired by state parks in 76 as part of the larger Malibu Creek State Park. It is listed on the National Register of Historic Places. So its removal requires a little bit of coordination or mitigation measures from a historical context, but we've worked with the State Historic Preservation Office, and that's worked out. And so it's blocked habitat for 100 years. So the project's been in the works for many decades now. 1992, there was a feasibility study done by the Army Corps of Engineers. And then in 2020, a big step, the EIR, EIS, and the IFR, which is Integrated Feasibility Report, was completed. And then in 2021, the state allocated about $12 million to get from that environmental document side of things more into design, more into modeling to get towards an actual final project, which we call the PED, which is Planning, Engineering, and Design phase. So that's where we're at now. And I got hired for state parks in 2023 just to work on this project exclusively. It's pretty much what I do every single day. And that was part of this money. So without that, it's a lot harder. We had a lot of other state parks folks that were working on this with all of their other work. And this is a full-time job. It's more than enough work for me to do with all of our partners. And so since 2023, we've been doing this PED phase. So like hydraulic modeling, hydraulic sediment transport modeling, geotech, biosurveys, public outreach. CalTrout is a big partner of ours in public outreach, was a huge, really important component of this, which I probably didn't realize initially going in as like a more of a scientist focus. Public outreach is extremely important, especially in a community like Malibu, which has a lot of money and has a lot of passionate people there. And so we are like in the thick of it right now of looking at the alternatives for how this dam is going to come out, the specific methodology, which should happen by the end of the year. Be doing alternatives analysis that has been a result of all this modeling, all this baseline work that's happened. And so I'm going to give you guys kind of a sneak peek. We haven't made any final decisions yet. I'll throw that caveat out there. We're being recorded, aren't we? So yeah. I have to watch what I say. So I'll give you kind of a sneak peek of what where it's looking like it's going to be going potentially for dam removal. So simple cartoon here. So on the left is the dam, all the sediment built up on the right there. So the plan is to remove the dam mechanically over 5 to 6 years. So it'll be notched year to year. I would love, as Connor said, to just like throw some dynamite in there and just blow the thing up and let it go. It'd be awesome. I have a Navy SEAL contact too. Maybe I'll talk to him and see if he can help me. But no, so we have commercial and residential development downstream that live right on the creek. And so we can't flood them out. Don't want to flood them out, right? So we can't just simply go in and blow it up. So what a little more realistic is removing it in stages over a few years. And so in order to do that, we have to build a road into the canyon. Let me see if I can go, oh, here we go. So here is Malibu Canyon Road. So this goes from PCH to 101 here. So this is a pretty steep canyon. I mean, we do have a access road, a highly used road here, but this is a really steep canyon getting in there. So the plan is to build an access road into the canyon itself near the dam, to go in, clear and grub all this vegetation that's grown. It's good riparian habitat, but unfortunately it's not where it needs to be right now. Install a cofferdam basically at the upstream extent during the dry season, divert water around our work area. So this is all, here's the dam here. This is all sediment that is silted in. And so divert that water around so we can actually go in there and work. And then basically in the drier months is go in there with equipment and excavate and sort that material that's in built up behind the dam. So basically it'll get sorted. All the bigger material like cobbles and boulders will get placed to the side, and then everything else, sand and smaller stuff will get put to a different location. And then basically that material is going to get reused at some of our local beaches. So LA County Beaches and Harbors, we've been working with them. They're actually in the process of a program to nourish 5 different beaches or so. And so it's looking very promising that material will get reused, which is great, instead of going to a landfill. That was the initial vision before a lot of the work had really gotten into the details of potentially take to a landfill. And so it looks like that material will be able to go to 2 beaches, be reused. This cobble will get stockpiled somewhere. There's definitely a need for it. We don't have anything identified specifically yet, but there'll be a need for it for sure. And then winter. So here's kind of the part we're still working on really is, can we let some natural flushing, natural sediment transport happening? And so we're looking at potentially staging that finer material, the stuff that doesn't settle out necessarily, that will flush to the ocean, that won't cause deposition and potential flooding. Can we let that material flush further downstream and let Mother Nature do the work? It'll help economically, it saves a lot of money. And then that material would have naturally made its way downstream anyway. And so that's something that we're close to seeing whether that's realistic. And then we would do the same thing the next year. So remove the dam by like 15 feet every year. In the winter, you have to back out. We can't work during the winter. Let Mother Nature maybe carry some of that sediment, come back in the next year. And so it's a 5 to 6 year process of notching it, removing the material behind it, notching it, removing the material, etc. All right, and then with that natural transport, potentially what we can do is, or what we need to do really is get that material out of the creek into the ocean this way. And so this, here's Cross Creek. Connor, I think you mentioned that's where you found some trout many years ago. There's a pool up here. So basically, excavating some part of the creek and getting it flushed out. So getting the water moving quicker, getting material going out quicker to the ocean. And so we potentially excavate some areas there and create like this pass-through, flow-through system if we do natural transport to get that material. It also really helps with reducing flood risk for these communities. So here's all the residential, here's all the commercial. So getting that material past them out to the ocean so that we don't have the flood risk as much. I think I'm going long.
You're very, yes.
Yes, I'm going long.
Yes.
All right. So I'm gonna skip that. So the upstream barriers real quick. So 8 barriers upstream in addition to the dam. So these are smaller culverts, road crossings. These are this bottom one is a dam. So obviously it's a big fish passage. Some of them are not full passage, full barriers right now. But at different life stages, different flows, they're barriers for fish. And so it'd be either mostly be like spanning instead of having culverts or things like that. Doing span bridges or similar things. Skip that. Like I said, so timeline, we're getting really close to making that final decision on the actual methodology for getting the dam out. Full design will happen probably next year. And then maybe upstream barriers at the beginning of 2027. Those are a little simpler. So we're hoping maybe we can get those coming out. And then dam removal in the 2028 timeframe. We don't have funding for that yet. We're kind of getting that stage of starting to look for that. Things have obviously changed substantially with the federal administration. So, maybe it's going to have to wait until after that administration, who knows, but we're starting to think about that a lot more, starting to talk to folks a lot more, talk about funding and where that can come from. All right. So that's it. And so here's a rendering of what we could have. We do have Cal Trout on our team. They've done some amazing work with public outreach, restoremalibukreek.org, great website, newsletter, social media. So Restore Malibu Creek on Instagram if you guys want to follow updates, what's happening. And that's it. Thank you. Sorry for going a little.
No, it's okay.
That was going to be quick and man, time is.
It's an interesting topic. Okay, I got a question for Candice.
Hi, RJ. I'm eager to see that the barging of sediment from a harbor town has been averted. And I particularly like the fact that the beach nourishment is also addressing other issues, not just the state park issues, but the fact that, Beaches and Harbors was actually bringing in sediment from Ventura County, which was creating its own greenhouse gas issues. My question particularly is with regards to these large scale projects. You were saying that it's 2028 is the anticipated removal time. How does that align with Matilha Dam? Just from as a Steelhead coalition, how many, multi-million projects are in the timeline and are we staggering them? Can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, I can't speak to Matilha timeframe specifically. I know that project has been going on for a long time. It's had, it's been more aggressive and slowed down, more aggressive. Like these are these dam removal projects are complicated, expensive. So I think, you know, from a financial standpoint, staggering them would be great. But I also think they need to come down. We need to get them down now. It's been too long already. It needs to happen. So there is a lot of enthusiasm for the removal from all of us, from I think elected officials now. It's becoming more realistic, more people are seeking that out. I think the Prop 4 money that got passed last year is a lot of money for fish passage and projects like that. So it's going to be a challenge, I think, for any of these to find funding. They're very expensive, but I think the will is there. It's just going to be creative. It's going to get in with the right folks. It'll probably be pots of different money where these come from. But I think the key thing is they need to come out, and hopefully financials aren't going to be the big issue with that, but it's a big deal. The finances is a big deal. So
We have time for one more question. Anybody?
Sorry, he was close.
Go. Go ahead. Sorry. Oh, no. No, go ahead.
Uh-oh.
Have to this day, are steelhead able to spawn below that dam?
good question. I had that in my presentation would have been even longer had I left those slides in. So as Rosi mentioned, they have historically been in Malibu Creek as far back as I think 2005 is when their Rosi's monitoring started, and I could be wrong on that, so sorry, but they have historically been there until 2018 is really the last time they have been seen. So they have not been seen in Malibu Creek since then. But historically they have been there, and there's been a big population, or it's a relatively big population considering the watershed that's there. The Malibu Creek is the largest watershed in the Santa Monica Mountains, so theoretically there's more room for them, more habitat for them. But they have not been seen. There's invasive species issue there. There's lots of invasive carp, bass, crayfish, etc. We're actually working on, should be working on soon, hopefully, addressing that and a separate issue. But I think the key thing is giving them every opportunity they can for survival. That's the best way that these fish are going to survive, is giving them the opportunity. What we saw with Topanga, that there's still some there after that incredible fire, which is amazing. And we're going to talk probably about like reintroduction or relocation potentially too of Topanga fish or other fish, or I don't know. But the key thing is giving them the most habitat, the most opportunity for reintroduction, and nature does seem to find a way eventually.
All right. Thank you very much, RJ. And you guys know where to find it if you have more questions. I believe we're gonna have some little bit of fun with this one. We're gonna have a couple of speakers. I think we have Alexander Dixon, Alex Dixon, Casey Horgan, and Alejandro.
That one. Yes, that one. Thank you for letting me keep my system.
Morning, everyone. Let's see, Alejandro and myself, we're environmental scientists with CDFW out of the Santa Barbara office. And we primarily work on monitoring Southern California steelhead trout, collecting data that supports restoration and all sorts of other good work. And we host the Watershed Steward Program members to do that work with us every year. And one of those corps members is Alex here. So we're gonna give a talk here, a presentation about how we go about relocating trout and our recent efforts to do that. So factors that lead to us having to do this, wanting to do this. The biggest is they're critically endangered. So every trout is very valuable, and we want to do what we can to keep the mortality from happening to any fish. And so our relocation efforts are primarily conducted to contribute to the persistence of the species. Various factors play into our relocation efforts, drought and seasonal drowning. So lot of stranding of fish. You can see in these pictures just between the wet season and dry season, where fish get stranded in habitat units that dry up, and we will try to relocate them before they completely dry. Recently, we've seen some pretty severe impacts of wildfire and all the habitat degradation that comes along following a wildfire, and mass mortality events that have happened surrounding the Thomas Fire in a number of streams, in Arroyo Hondo Creek, following the Alice Hall Fire in 2021, and then recently with Topanga Creek. And then all sort of man-made fish passage barriers that further fragment habitat, contribute to stranding. Those are some of the factors. So
So a lot of these relocation activities, they are regulated and approved by the National Marine Fisheries Service. So we work pretty closely with our federal partners to get these actions completed. And the reason why we work with NIMS is because the Southern California DPS is a federally listed species as well. And so all of the relocation efforts within any anadromous water, so this is everything below a total barrier, has to pretty much go through an approval process with NIMS, including any capture as well as relocation sites that we have pre-scouted before. And so here's a picture of our Section 10 permit, which kind of covers our take of a mykiss associated with these relocation efforts. And currently our permit has been issued for 10 years, so it's set to expire in 2029.
So under that Section 10 permit, there's a certain number of criteria that we kind of have to meet in order to consider a relocation. The first is observed or expected stream flow reduction, which is going to be an imminent risk of stream dewatering. That could be natural, it could be anthropogenic. If it's anthropogenic, then it's going to be a reduction that can't be halted. We can have observed or expected lethal or harmful water quality. That's going to be usually a reduction in DO, temperature, something along those lines. It could be pH as well. We also may have a risk of most or all individuals eliminated due to poaching or predation. That one we didn't see this year necessarily, but that's always a big concern, especially in Southern California streams. There is an existence of a suitable relocation area. That's a very important criteria. I'll get into that in a sec. Relocation could contribute to enhancing the Southern California steelhead distinct population segment, which means we're going to be considering the number and life stage of individuals. And then all reasonable alternative options have been considered besides a relocation. So to talk a little bit more about suitable relocation areas, those under our permit are dependent on life stage and location, but it could include in-stream within the same watershed. That's going to be ideal, it's going to be close. Within an estuary or fresh water within the same watershed, or in-stream or within an estuary within an adjacent watershed is something that's been happening in a few of these rescues in the last year. We could also relocate them to the ocean. Those relocation units or the suitable relocation areas are assessed for length, mean depth, width, observed and expected water temperature, DO, that sort of thing, amount and types of cover present, observed and expected flow, as well as location within the watershed, and then as well as potential for poaching and predation. We don't want to drop them off right underneath an underpass where people can get them. And before we switch slides, I want to talk about this picture right here. This is from Davy Brown Creek. This is after a fire, and this is also after some recent precipitation. So it's really silted up. You can see a caudal fin poking around the edge there. So that is a resident trout that we were rescuing during our efforts this year. That's a good example of harmful water quality.
So a big factor in that kind of plays a role in our relocation efforts is how feasible is it to capture trout. E-fishing is our primary method for capture. E-fishing, especially backpack, it's kind of the max water depth you can effectively do it in is about 1 meter. Also we're looking at, is there undercut hiding spots? And basically we want capture to be easy because this is a stressful event. If we're in there decreasing water quality, kicking up sediment, further stressing the fish. We don't want to contribute to mortality when we go to try to capture them. So it often is a lot of monitoring, waiting for conditions to be feasible for capture as water drops. So these are two kind of pictures here of a bigger unit and then sometimes very small, like a puddle, that shows how their ability to persist. And so that's a big factor, and it requires a lot of monitoring to wait for that time.
So I'm gonna touch on really quickly just kind of how this process gets started, kind of in what we consider a pre-relocation phase. So typically we are going to be contacted by a land manager, local biologists, or members of the public who are gonna identify an area that looks like it might be in need of relocation. Sometimes we'll actually come across these on our own during our regular survey monitoring efforts within Southern California. Next, we are going to create a pre-rescue form, which Ynez has created. And if it's within an anadromous portion of the stream, we're going to send that over to Ynez, who will kind of review it and determine the necessity of any relocation that might need to occur based off of the water quality, the unit dimensions, as well as kind of our expert opinion on how we foresee these sections of stream drying up. And they will make a determination of whether or not our action is needed. And they will kind of give that final approval if we've done our jobs well enough and gave a compelling argument, which will kind of enact the next phase, which is capture. Oh yeah, sorry.
So to go over our capture procedure really quick, it's going to be through backpack electrofishing with dip nets. That's the standard procedure. Usually the pools are already isolated, so we typically don't use block nets. We're going to be separating trout by size class. That's so the little ones don't get eaten. And they're going to be held in buckets with cool, well-oxygenated water, ideally from the same stream or watershed. We use aerators to maintain DO. We use ice for temperature. We could use water conditioner to preserve slime coat. And these buckets are going to be monitored throughout for changes to temp, DO, and overcrowding. And we're going to be refreshing that water regularly. I want to add too that we'll often measure all those characteristics ahead of time. We want to watch out for high conductivity, high water temp during the rescue process. We don't want to add to our mortality rate with that.
Go back.
Yeah.
All right, so after we've captured the fish, and well,
I just stood up. Oh, it's fine.
It's fine.
I think it's fine.
okay, so we've captured the fish. Now we got to release them in their relocation area where there's suitable habitat. Sometimes the conditions in the relocation area are quite different. So we'll acclimatize the fish, usually by flushing the buckets that they're in with cool, clean water from the relocation area. It also gives us a chance before we release them to just collect some data, count of how many fish, their life stage, fork length, condition. It also gives us an opportunity to insert pit tags for further, collection of data and study. And then when we do release them, we try to, if there's a bunch of fish, try to spread them out to not overcrowd them all into the same area. And then as available, we'll continue to monitor after the relocation to see how they're doing, and if they're persisting, if they've moved around, things like that.
So it looks like we're kind of coming up on our time, so I'll just kind of quickly go through this, but here's just a quick recap of what we've been able to achieve this year. So we have been able to work across 3 different BPGs, biogeographic population groups, across 6 unique watersheds. So within the Santa Monica Mountains, we've done obviously Topanga Creek. Within the Monte Rito Highlands, we've been in Murrieta, Gaviota, and Davy Brown. And then within the Conception Coast, we've worked within Maria Ignacio, San Antonio, Rattlesnake, and Mission Creeks.
I want to go over the numbers really quick. It's been a really busy relocation year compared to last year and compared to the prior 12 years.
Wow.
So we've moved more than twice as many in 2025 compared to 2012 to 2024. Our methodology produced really low more percentage as well. And you might be wondering why so many fish rescued. I would say it's probably because of two really big recruitment years. It was 2 wet years followed by a pretty dry year. There were a lot of fish that were stranded. And Topanga and Davy Brown were due to wildfire, so really specific circumstances there. We also had a lot of rescues from Kyoto, which really added our numbers overall. The 2012 to 2024 mort numbers might kind of be inflated. Over the past year, we added a new characteristic, which is morts occurring during capture. Prior to that, we just looked at mortality overall, so many of those may have happened before we even got in there. And then our really low numbers here, there's a few reasons for that. One could be more experience, more refined method, we're cycling the water faster in the buckets. But the most likely reason for that 1.3%, which we were pretty proud of, is that we had proactive relocation. So we came in and moved the fish much earlier before they were stressed. Whereas in the past, it may have been a last-ditch effort to save them.
Okay, just to touch on more of our efforts and the uniqueness this year. This is the first year we did relocations to mitigate the impacts of wildfire. So you heard about Topanga Creek and Davy Brown Creek. There's also the kind of a year of doing these large scale efforts, multi-agency efforts with getting anyone involved that is available to come help and not need a lot of hands to try to move a lot of fish. With Topanga, we had 1 day. With Davy Brown, we had more time, but we only wanted to move a subset of the population because there wasn't great relocation area. And first year we've used Bonner bins to move a lot of fish longer distances and the use of a hatchery for temporary holding. And just want to highlight one stream. Anyone notice anything in common with these 4 relocation areas? Barriers. So.
There's got 5 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, we've been just this year 4 different locations on Maria Ignacio Creek in Goleta. And these are all plunge pools downstream of man-made barriers. They are annual strandings tend to occur at these locations, so it kind of shows the impact of barriers. And then one of the efforts was a dewatering effort to do remediation that's being led by South Coast Habitat Restoration on one of these barriers. So yeah, just wanted to highlight that.
And to wrap up, just kind of some expectations for the future. So aside from continuing our relocations within the same streams and watersheds, it's possible that relocations across BPGs as well as watersheds might become more prevalent, as there might not be any alternatives within the same stream or watershed. And some reasons why this might occur, for instance, the higher prevalence and intensity of wildfires that we've seen, as well as any extended or prolonged drought. We also are looking at relocations as a potential strategy to kind of revive any extirpated historic steelhead streams. So looking at Arroyo Hondo as a good example, we haven't seen any mykiss in there since the 2021 Alisal fire and subsequent debris flows. But following the release of the Topanga fish, as Rosie mentioned, we are seeing young of the year, reds, as well as anadromous adult fish within that stream. Obviously, all of this is going to require approval from our federal partners. And then ultimately, we're going to be looking at relocation sites and selecting them on a context-dependent basis and kind of just figuring out what's going to be the best option for those fish in that moment. And finally, if we do continue to see a higher number of these relocations being needed, we will have to weigh out the benefits of conducting such relocations versus the amount of effort that it's going to take to actually conduct those efforts. This year, as you've seen, we kind of done a lot of work, and it kind of has strained our normal monitoring efforts.
Oh, yeah, play that video. It's a cool video.
See if I can. Why did you like this one?
You can read it and add an animation into it, so just play automatically.
This is a video of Joy from Arroyo Hondo. This is one of
You use a microphone?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Video of Joy from Arroyo Hondo is one of the most exciting observations of the year for me. I think it exemplifies why we do the work we do. This was awesome to see this happen right after the rescue. And I want to thank everybody involved in these relocations. I want to thank RCD Santa Monica. I want to thank COM, the CCC, Inland Fisheries, NIMFS, South Coast Habitat Restoration, State Parks, Flood Control, the Land Trust, OBLC in the back. And I want to thank all the landowners and members of the public who have contributed. Thanks, Elizabeth and Southern Steelhead Coalition for putting on this event.
No problem, happy to. Okay, let's get this going. We only have like a minute left for questions. Anybody got questions for this?
Yeah, one question I have, we were involved on Rio Ignacio this last spring and the plunge pool, I think one of which was shown there. And there were some pretty good sized fish, I'm gonna say over 12 inches. And because the location close to Highway 101 crossing and the train trestle, it seemed like some of those fish were upstreamers, not downstreamers. And I watched a pair actually spawn in that plunge pool. And I'm just wondering, do you always move the fish upstream to cold water, better water conditions, or do you consider moving some of those larger fish downstream towards the estuary?
It depends. Usually it depends where the best relocation habitat is. If we find fish that appear to be smolts, then we'll, look to move them down to an estuary area. Because that might have been where they were headed. So it really just depends what's accessible too. What areas can we get to? Whether it be hiking with a bucket or driving to, private landowner access. So we'll consider, potentially moving fish captured from one area to different locations.
Okay, quick question next, and I'm gonna be on people.time.
So how much lead time do you need to be able to get out there and do a re-site visit to make sure that we don't have stranding? Because you had an incident like that on two creeks, one on Santa Clara and one on Gaviota this past summer. And we, every individual counts. So it's just how early do you need us to engage with you?
The sooner the better, because we kind of talked about the permitting and approval that we have to go through NIMS to do this. So sooner we know, the sooner we can get out there to get this pre-rescue data, submit it to NIMS, get their approval. Sometimes they want us to change our plan and there's some back and forth. And then also time just to get people here together, plan around all the other things we're doing to get out and conduct a rescue, go assess relocation areas. So the sooner the better, but in emergent situations, we certainly can rally the troops and try to get out there as soon as possible if it's imminent sort of situation.
And to add on to that, Candice, we thought that the proactive relocations were part of the reason why our mortality percent was so low. So this would have the benefit of that.
Like 2-3 weeks?
That would be
that would be enough time, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna have to cut off questions.
Thanks, everyone.
No, sorry we didn't on your time. I love that this is so interesting for everybody. I just want to make sure I have to keep some of the time on so we get everybody's questions in.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me okay? Great. I'm Keith Miller. I'm with the Nature Conservancy. I'm the stewardship manager at the Endangered Preserve up on the Santa Barbara coast. I'm going to be talking today about two of our recent passage barrier removals at the Endangered Preserve. I have a ton of slides. I'm going to talk pretty fast. I apologize for that in advance, but hopefully we'll have some time for questions. So orienting ourselves quickly, the Endangered Preserve is located at Point Conception, the ankle of California. It was purchased by TNC in 2017, thanks to a very generous donation from Jack and Animal Endangerment. It's at a really cool part of the world. It's an area where the Northern California current and Southern California ocean currents come together. It's also at the western end of the transverse range, which is where kind of the central coast and south coast ecoregions come together. So we're kind of at the southern extent of some Northern California species and the northern extent of some Southern California species, such as Southern California steelhead. The steelhead planning context, that red circle is where the Endangered Preserve is. We are in the northern kind of 1/4 of the recovery planning area in the Conception Coast BPG, halfway between the Santa Ynez River and the Arroyo Hondo River, which are marked with those green fish on the map that appear to be swimming upstream at the moment. So a little more background on the Endangered Preserve. It's about 24,000 acres and have 8 miles of coastline, roughly 4 miles of south-facing coast and 4 miles of west-facing coast. More than 700 species have been documented on the preserve. 14 threatened and endangered species. It was stewarded by the Chumash for thousands and thousands of years. It's been a working cattle ranch for the last couple hundred years. The Jalama watershed is about between 15,000 and 16,000 acres, and roughly 95% of the watershed is located within the preserve. Some opportunities and challenges in the Jalama watershed. The floodplain has been constricted a bit by the public road, Jalama Road, which runs out to the county park. We have runoff, sediment, and passage patterns that have been altered by both public and private infrastructure, some bridges and culverts. And we've had some challenges with native vegetation recruitment in the riparian corridor. Jalama Creek has been the main source of water for the cattle operation. On the positive side, we've got a generally undeveloped watershed. There are some great pools for over-submarine habitat. We have perennial flow in the lower watershed, very minimal groundwater extraction, and TNC is essentially a single and very motivated landowner to restore steelhead populations. Around 2020, we started on a watershed scale planning process. A lot of habitat assessment work was done, confirming limits of anadromy, passage barrier locations. 2 projects rose to the surface as kind of priority projects for steelhead recovery. Those are called JA1 and JA2. I won't try and use the laser pointer, but you can see those red circles in the lower watershed. We started permitting, design, and we're ready to go with construction by the summer of 2023. So barrier JA1, which is outlined in this red concrete box, was constructed in the 1960s. As far as we can tell, it was an small agricultural dam weir. It's about a half mile up from the estuary. It was 4 feet long, spanned the entire channel. It was not only a passage barrier, but it was catching tons of sediment and inducing cattail growth, both upstream and downstream. It was deep in Jalama Canyon. There was no good access by road or trail, which presented some challenges for us. We used the help of California Conservation Corps, who were awesome, to help remove cattails and prepare the site for staging. We also had to have helicopters bring in heavy equipment for use on the project. Because of the difficulties with access, we couldn't get any heavy machinery in there, so we ended up using low-level explosives to blow up the dam. Super fun. It really wasn't that violent, even though the picture looks like it was. If you were there, it sounded like maybe an M80 in a dumpster somewhere at most. But that picture is fun to look at. Once it was demolished, the Conservation Corps threw it into these white mega bags and prepared them for removal by helicopter. So the helicopters came in, picked up the mega bags, delivered them to an offsite staging area, and these helicopter pilots were awesome. They dropped them right into roll-off bins. We called Marburg, please come pick up your bins. A couple of days later, that concrete was probably getting recycled at a facility somewhere, so it was pretty fun. And that was the site the following spring, so that was spring of 2024. As you may recall, we had pretty good storms coming that winter, so we got really fortunate. A lot of that sediment flushed out. what was, cattails and sediment behind the dam ended up being some pools and glides and riffles. So we're thrilled how that project came out. And then we were on to JA2 the next summer. This is another mile upstream. It's associated with Jalama Road and a county maintained bridge. There's also USGS stream gauge there that was put in, I believe, in the 60s and abandoned in 1980s. That's what barrier JA2 looked like up close. Photo on the left is about a 2-foot jump height from the water surface to the edge of that lip, and then you can see the concrete kind of goes up from there. That lip was a solid 13 feet long, and it spanned the entire channel. The solution for JA2 was a little more complicated, but also kind of elegant in its own right. We had some goals here. We wanted unimpeded passage. We wanted to increase the habitat complexity. We really need to minimize disturbance to the county bridge. We didn't know what sort of scour control that concrete lip was providing. We don't know necessarily exactly how it was supporting the bridge structure in general. So we tried to stay away as much as possible. The solution was a roughened rock ramp. There are 5 boulder weirs and then engineered stream bed material filled between those weirs. That plan that you can see on the screen it's a roughly 200 feet long with a slope of between 2 and 3%, a little over 2% on average. Oh, I forgot to mention that red circle is roughly the location of the barrier, so you can, for context. This is my attempt to overlay that plan on an aerial photo, just so you can kind of see the context. There was one grade control structure immediately upstream of the bridge, and then four downstream. Pre-construction summary, critter photos. We pulled out some sculpin and red-legged frogs, pond turtles, garter snakes, and we also used this opportunity to harvest a bunch of willow stakes during construction while the site was being prepared. No steelhead, but not a total surprise. We haven't seen steelhead in the creek since the mid-90s, I believe. Matt's going to talk a little bit more about that later. The dewatering plan was super slick. If you want to nerd out, come find me at lunchtime. We can talk about dewatering, but it was essentially 7 electric pumps. They were run by a single generator, and the generator was in the staging area, so we avoided having to deal with fuel and potential for spills. It was also really quiet, which was awesome for a site. That's something I wasn't really used to. It was great. We avoided having to put a big black pipe through the site. We used very large rocks. The specs were 3 to 4 tons. That is bigger than that. I'm almost positive. I think there was definitely some 5-tonners out there, maybe even bigger. Contractor was not messing around. Those are not going to move. Just, yeah, that's a gratuitous rock photo I wanted to share. This is the first grade control weir. It's kind of the foundational weir for the project. You can see there that red circle is where the barrier was. The weir was installed, and because this one was so critical to the project, those boulders were grouted together and then grouted to the remaining concrete underneath the bridge. After the weirs were installed, engineered stream bed material was also installed, and then we spent some time, the contractor spent some time washing and jetting that material to try and minimize any voids, so that once the creek was rewatered, we could avoid subsurface flow. The last thing you want to do is take those barriers out and then have the creek go subsurface. So that was also the time that we reinstalled the willow stakes. Thank you. Looking upstream, just as the creek is being rewatered, no more barrier, and willow stakes were installed. We rewatered the creek fairly slowly over a day and a half or so, 2 days, and we're feeling really confident that the flow is going to stay on the surface. That's looking downstream from the bridge deck right after the creek was reconnected. One more photo of the same thing, but low rainfall year in 24-25. We didn't see any blowouts or erosion. We're super excited. This one is also working. Up next, a whole lot of things in the Jalama Creek watershed are up next. Doing a whole lot of science the last couple of years, and there's a whole lot more that Matt is on deck to talk about in about 2 minutes. We are exploring options with CDFW and others for repopulating steelhead. We're developing an upland water source for our cattle. We're going to be working on virtual fencing, both of which try and get cattle out of the riparian area. USGS just installed their stream gauge at the bridge, so you can go online and see the flow. Spoiler alert, it's very low currently, but you can still go look at it. We're doing barrier removal planning for Escondido Creek. And when we bought the property, we inherited an incredibly dense and robust network of groundwater wells that we're currently monitoring, and we're doing some work trying to better understand the connection between surface water and groundwater. Not only to use that for steelhead and habitat assessments and understanding our own watershed better, but hopefully be able to export that data and information to local agencies who are developing well ordinances currently. And Monty Schmidt, who is here, would be happy to talk to anyone about that going on. He'll be here in the afternoon as well. Okay. Gotta say thank you. Thank you so much, funders, CDFW, and No, I really appreciate it. Our project team was awesome. The Lapidus Construction, the Ynez band helped us out a ton. California Conservation Corps, consulting firms, ICF, who did the design. Thank you all so much. We couldn't have done it without you for sure. And real quick shout out to Laura Riga, who kind of spearheaded the planning and design process and is really wanted to be here, but couldn't be here, couldn't make it. But she's in Yellowstone, so don't feel too bad. All right.
Right on time.
Oh, good. Good.
All right, questions for.
Oh.
What if, you're first.
So the USGS gauge that we're back in, is that with USGS or is it gonna be with TNC?
USGS
Okay.
installed it, and they'll be monitoring it, maintaining it.
Okay, wonderful.
Who was in the back?
I got a quick question. Just wondering how much these projects cost.
Good question. This JA2 construction was pushing $1 million. JA1, I think it was in the 250 to 300 maybe. Ish, plus plan and design.
Thanks, Keith, for the presentation. Could you give a little background on how you got away with being able to use grout on those top rocks? That's not easy to get past.
It was, we didn't get a ton of pushback on it. We were very transparent. It was proposed from the initial design with all those fine agencies, and I think my guess is the agencies took some pity on us, knowing that we would otherwise have to get into that bridge and potentially do a whole lot more work and affect the structure of that bridge. Yeah, though I got into the project a little bit late, but I don't think there was too much back and forth on that. There was a little back and forth on whether or not we had to use filter fabric, which is another one of those things that some agencies want you to use and some don't, but we ended up not using it ever. Yeah.
I saw your goal was virtual fencing. Do you already have any type of livestock exclusion fencing?
We do not.
Any more questions? Okay, this is also a reminder for people, please have some coffee. We have lots of coffee and fruit and bread during these times. These break times are time for you to go to the bathroom and get refreshments if needed. Thank you so much, and one last applause for Keith. Go ahead, Matt.
Cool. Well, thanks so much for having me and letting me speak more about Jalama Creek today. I'm a postdoc at UC Santa Cruz, and I'm part of this collaborative team along with Keith Miller with the Nature Conservancy and also NOAA Fisheries to get steelhead back in Jalama Creek. And I'll be talking more about some of the science that we're doing and have been doing over the last few years. Just wanted to put this picture up here to give a context of where Jalama Creek is in relationship to the rest of the VPGs. So as Keith mentioned, it's at point conception. Then I also wanted to highlight some of the stuff you don't see in this picture, and that's development. So with Vandenberg Space Force Base to the north and Hollister Ranch to the east, it really is this wild place, and one of the reasons why TNC acquired it as part of the Jalama Endangerment Preserve. And as Keith mentioned, TNC owns about 95% of the watershed, and that creates a really unique opportunity for targeted restoration and exciting science. I think one of the crowning jewels of Jalama Creek is its lagoonal estuary. Has anyone been to Jalama Creek County Park or Jalama County Park? Great. Well, if you haven't been, you should definitely go and try a Jalama burger. But this is also where we have a lot of anecdotal evidence of steelhead being in the creek from the Jalama County Park Ranger and Jalama's store employees. So Matt Stecker collated a lot of this anecdotal information, but throughout the 1980s, we have a lot of evidence of some large steelhead being in the creek because it supported a relatively consistent and robust steelhead fishery, perhaps contributed to the decline. And then in the 1990s, things seemed to shift. It seems to shift, and the last observation we have of a steelhead in Jalama Creek was during a CDFW survey in 1994. And then in 2002, they're classified as extirpated as part of David Boughton's paper about steelhead range constriction. And that's not to say that a steelhead hasn't entered Jalama Creek since then, but there's been a number of surveys done, and we don't have any evidence of mykiss or steelhead being in the creek. So we think there's a great opportunity to get steelhead back in Jalama Creek, and logistically, it makes a lot of sense. It's designated as critical steelhead habitat. There's perennial flow. There is a large estuary. There are currently no mykiss present anywhere in the watershed that we know of. Also, previous talk, I wanted to mention that there's also no invasive predators in the watershed either. So the only fish that are there are stickleback and sculpin, and maybe some tidal goby and lorcan. And then again, almost 95% of the watershed is owned by TNC, which creates this opportunity for targeted restoration and exciting science. And then from a regional perspective, Jalama Creek's location at Point Conception, we can see it as kind of restoring metapopulation dynamics between the two parts of the Southern California Steelhead Range, and also increasing population resiliency and redundancy. So hopefully in the not too distant future, we'll get steelhead back in Jalama Creek, and I'll talk about some of the actions we've been doing to support those efforts. One is to mitigate human impacts. You've talked about that already. Two is to identify reintroduction pathways. I'll touch very briefly on this at the end of the talk. And third is to assess mykiss habitat. And I'll spend most of the talk talking about some of the science that's been done to support this third step here. So one thing that I've been doing is there's been a number of habitat surveys done in Jalama Creek, led by CDFW, some done by TNC, some done by consultants. So I've digitized a lot of that and did some spatial analyses to better identify changes in habitat availability after these dams have come out. This summer, we started deploying temperature and DO sensors throughout the watershed to characterize water quality and tributary contributions. I'll talk a bit about that. And then we've also conducted this before-after control impact study using California state sampling approaches to both describe baseline conditions in the watershed ahead of future restoration and potential steelhead reintroduction, but also to understand how the stream has responded to these barrier removal projects. So just want to highlight the watershed here, and that blue line is the flow lines of the whole watershed, and green is the Jalama Endangered Preserve boundary. So this is what was this is the amount of continuous anadromous habitat available before that lowermost dam came out that Keith talked about. So pretty low overall, and then but removing that got to there. So before that second barrier was mitigated, only about 3 kilometers of habitat was available. After that barrier was removed, we're now up to almost more than 20 kilometers of continuous anadromous habitat. And those red lines represent the potential anadromous habitat in the watershed, which is delineated by natural limits to anadromy. So now one of the steps we're doing is looking at some of the existing barriers in the watershed and trying to, think about the trade-offs of removing this barrier versus this barrier and this tributary versus this tributary. And as Keith mentioned, there's some exciting progress being made on removing this trio of barriers in Escondido Creek, which is sort of the primary tributary to Jalama.
Which one's Escondido?
This is Escondido right here.
Oh.
Yeah. And it is designated as critical steelhead habitat along with the main stem. I'm going to focus in on that area from Escondido downstream to the lagoon over the next few slides, because we think there's the greatest habitat value in that section of stream, and it has perennial flow. Some of the areas upstream, based on CDFW survey data, suggest that there's some intermittent drying that happens upstream of Escondido. So the first thing I'll highlight is how the habitat quality and quantity has improved following those barrier removals. So this is based on some habitat typing surveys led by Casey Horgan and crew, along with WSP help in January 2025, and we got a chance to help out with those surveys. And just to orient you again, we have Escondido, Gaspar, and Espada, the three main tributaries in this lower part of the river. And then these are where the two barriers were. So the lighter colors represent either greater rearing habitat value or greater amounts of spawning gravel. So this is kind of what it looked like in that area before the barriers were removed. And now, hypothetically, steelhead would have access to all this additional rearing and spawning habitat now that those barriers have been removed. Put it into some numbers, rearing habitat increased from 0.2 kilometers to almost 4 kilometers, and then spawning gravel exponentially increased as well. I mentioned we deployed temperature and DO sensors throughout the watershed this summer, and one approach we took was to put a temperature sensor downstream, upstream, and in each of those three tributaries in the lower river. And I'll show a temperature profile here. So I just pulled some data from earlier this summer, and water temperatures on the vertical axis here. So that green is that daily temperature upstream of the tributary. The dark blue is in the tributary, and then the sort of lighter blue is downstream. So you get a sense of just how much the tributary is pulling down the water temperature in Jalama Creek by as much as 5 degrees sort of during the peak of the day. So I think this goes to show how important those tributaries are, especially Escondido Creek. And we should be thinking about making sure that cold water access remains contributing to the main stem moving forward. We also deployed a number of DO, temperature/DO sensors in a number of pools throughout Jalama Creek. And again, we have a similar time series here. This is a pool that's less than 1 meter deep, and this is water temperature during that time, where blue is the bottom of the pool and green is the surface. So even in these relatively small pools, we do see temperature differences of up to 2 degrees in the heat of the day. So those shallow pools are offering some thermal relief. And then importantly, the remaining well oxygenated or as well oxygenated as the surface water during that time as well. So they're hypothetically available to fish should they be in the stream. So that was pretty cool to see. I mentioned we were doing some swamp surveys to inform baseline conditions as well as response to restoration. So here we have Renaissance man Keith Miller taking densiometer and measuring wetted width at the same time. And then my friend Ian, who's been leading some of the BMI sampling in the creek and identification. And I'll talk about some of the results there. So here we have a timeline, September 2023 to this spring. And here we have the proportion of macroalgae sampled in the impact reach, which is where the barrier was removed, in orange, and then the control reference reach in blue. And you can see just how much macroalgae was present in the impact reach. And over time, it seems like it's returned to what we'd expect in the reference reach. Thank you. So we're seeing some some improvements already to those that barrier removal in the lower river. And then if we move upstream to where that barrier was mitigated at the bridge, we also can see, again, this is microalgae thickness where the control and impact were relatively similar until the barrier was removed, and then the reference reach maintained the same level of microalgae, and then the impact reach just crashed, which suggests that the restoration activity, the introduction of sediment and material and giant boulders did change the physical habitat of the creek. And I think we're waiting for it to respond and get back to normal. So this suggests that the restoration itself can be considered an impact, and it's important to continue monitoring at appropriate timescales such that you're measuring, responses associated with the restoration and not the action of the restoration. The last thing I'll touch on here is we've identified over 110 benthic macroinvertebrate taxa. Here's this guy that looks really funny. But we have here's three pictures from the microscope. Some stats on the densities. If anyone else is collecting these data, I'd love to talk to you and get a sense on how these densities compare to your system. But importantly, the majority of the taxa that we're collecting are Ephemeroptera, Plecoptera, or Trichoptera, which we know are an important forage base for steelhead. So we're really excited that it seems like there's an abundant food base for steelhead if they were to come back, but we're also excited to have this data to see how things change after the steelhead are reintroduced. 1 second.
Yeah.
Last slide. So some things we've learned so far is that the restoration has allowed access to high quality habitat. Tributaries and pools are providing cold water habitat. There's been localized improvement to stream condition post restoration, but we need to continue to monitor to see how things change through time. There's abundant forage base for mykiss, and I just remind everyone that this is again almost entirely owned, the watershed, by the Nature Conservancy, which we see as a huge opportunity for really cool science moving forward and to make Jalama Creek as kind of a living laboratory moving forward. And I think getting some baseline information is going to be a huge step in this process. Very briefly, some of the ways, and I think all these are on the table, and I think straying would make everyone's lives a lot easier. But these are all methods of reintroduction that we're considering, and other people on the team are focused on those aspects. Thank you again for your attention and to all the collaborators, funders, and those that have provided field and laboratory support as part of this project. I can take questions now.
Questions?
I have a question. So this, I kind of thought of this question before, and I heard mentioned on Honda Creek that once the new fish were moved to Honda Creek, then adults were moved in that weren't previously there. And I'm not sure if I heard that correctly. And I was just wondering if there's, regarding reintroductions, if anyone knows if there's some sort of chemical signal that adults that are sea run might be picking up from a stream that maybe didn't have steelhead in it before, and then they sense that, or if it's random, or if we don't know, and maybe it's known. It just occurred to me. And
yeah, good question. I think other folks are probably better equipped to answer that question, but from my understanding is that fish orient to get back to the general area once they're in the ocean, and then they use olfaction to find their natal river to spawn and get back upstream. If fish can't get back to their natal river, maybe they're smelling some of those fish in a Arroyo Hondo and it moved upstream in response to those. But that was new to me. I didn't know about that till this meeting today, that 2 adults were seen in Arroyo Hondo. So that makes me a little more optimistic about the chances of getting fish back to Jalama.
Just following up on that, yeah, I don't think it's known whether they're responding to the cues of the fish inside the river, but that's probably the leading hypothesis would be that they're smelling those olfactory cues from conspecifics, and that helps them locate a watershed. And that would make sense in Southern California, where you have a lot of watersheds, maybe not fish in every watershed. So kind of responding to maybe that as a secondary cue, flow as a primary cue, and then there's this positive olfactory cue from conspecifics. So yeah.
I think I saw a question in front. Back to you.
Thank you. Super briefly, how did you do your invertebrate sampling?
It's part of the benthic mackerel invertebrate sampling that's described in part of the swamp protocol. So just a kick net on the benthos, massage the sediment upstream and let the invertebrates float into the kick net. You do that at 11 sites per region, aggregate all those samples together to get a sense of what's going on in that region.
Thank you.
Yep.
Can we do a couple more questions? And then it's lunchtime, guys.
Congrats on gathering some really important data just over 1 year.
Yeah,
I
thanks.
remember talking to the team not long ago about what to do out there. So good job on that. You didn't talk about how the water temperature going down in the canyon from Escondido held up on being cold water over the canyon. Can you maybe speak a little bit on how well that did down the canyon?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think the highest surface temperatures that we saw were upstream of Escondido. It definitely gets warmer until those other until the other tributaries are contributing to the main stem, but not to the degree that it was upstream of Escondido. So we think Escondido is a huge factor in keeping surface water temperatures cool in Jalama Creek.
But the other two do drop the temperature.
They do, yeah. The other two also drop the temperature, and the surface water does heat up a little bit as it moves from Escondido down to Gaspar. I didn't present that data today, but it is heating up. Yeah.
Any more questions?
Sorry,
Okay, sorry.
I'm not the question.
I was asking about lunch, so it was a good reason that I was far away.
Is there any pressure from invasive species on habitat suitability for these fish? Was that taken into account?
Yeah, so to our knowledge, there are no invasive species in Jalama Creek, which is really exciting. There really aren't that many fish in Jalama Creek either. So I don't know. There's not a lot. I feel like there's a huge potential in Jalama Creek for steelhead to succeed with that. Yeah. Question.
Casmali will also get your questions.
Is the determination that there's no mykiss in Jalama just based on negative visual observations, or have you tried any eDNA sampling?
Yeah, we have eDNA samples. I don't know if they've been run against an omykiss panel. I think if there were omykiss in the stream, we would see them, but someone just collected some eDNA on Pacific lamprey and ran a panel for them. We didn't get any hits on the Pacific lamprey either. So I think the plan is to process those eDNA samples that we collected earlier this spring and run them just to see. But yeah, both visual and hopefully eDNA evidence to suggest they're not there.
What is the status of feral pigs on the reserve? Are they being managed?
They're there. Are they being managed, Keith?
We do have a management program that's active. Thank you. We do have a wild pig management program on the preserve. It's active. It's been in place for 4+ years at the moment. Anecdotal evidence is the pig numbers are significantly lower, whether or not that's from our management program or I can't recall, but there's a disease that's circulating in that portion of Santa Barbara. We're not sure what the effect is, but we do anecdotally see fewer pigs than we used to. But they're there, for sure.
Is there anybody going out and doing work right now
to figure out what water you have left on the heels of a dry year for translocation purposes the next year or the year after?
Well, I'm here right now, but we were out 2 weeks ago in the stream, measured, did a whole swamp survey to get a sense of what the flows were. The USGS page is installed now, so we can get a sense of how things look throughout this fall. But we were actually pretty optimistic by how much water was still in the creek when we went down there and sampled. None of our reaches were dry. And I think things are pretty consistent. All the tributaries are still providing consistent water, and things are looking better than we thought for sure.
That's great. And this is a question really for this whole group, especially for you two. Would you rather have 2 adult strays repopulate that creek so the entire progeny of the entire basin are brothers and sisters, or would you rather have translocated fish that have genetically been proven to be anadromous, whether it's Carlos Garza or Clemento, with lots of different cohorts and parents?
Yeah, it's a good question. And if Carlos was here, he's helping out on this project.
Yeah, I saw his name.
He'd be better equipped to answer that. I don't know. It's a tough question. I think I'd rather have it happen naturally, with the hopes that maybe like a Royal Honda, you get 2 more fish from somewhere else come in and things just get more genetically diverse through time. But I think the population would be more immediately resilient if there was a translocation from somewhere else. But it's a good question.
Go ahead.
As a non-scientist, I'd prefer the translocation because I lack the patience that might be provided.
Yeah, I guess if it's happening tomorrow, I prefer the natural reintroduction, but if it happens in 10 years.
One last thought regarding wild animals. Pigs were mentioned. What's the cattle ranch situation in that watershed? Are all the cattle removed from the TNC property, or are we still running leased cattle?
We're still running leased cattle, and their TNC is actively using cattle to manage biodiversity on the preserve.
Okay.
But there's a need to get them out of the creek.
Okay.
But is that fair, Keith?
Yeah, that's accurate. We use them for invasive control. We use them for fire management. That's a lease operation. We have the neighboring ranch that's running the cattle. There are X number of cattle out there, and we're rotating them, and we're learning year by year how to use them best.
And we're starting a study this fall to understand the stream-wide effects of changes in cattle management to the creek. So that's kicking off in a few weeks.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, guys. This is Tim Robinson. Tim, please take it away.
Okay, thanks everybody. Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for putting all this together, to Caltrout for organizing the seminar symposium. Lots of great faces in here. It's really wonderful to see everybody here. So it's getting together with the tribe is really an important part of this experience. So I'm gonna talk to you about the San Ynez River watershed and what's going on out there in the fishery over the last couple of years of wet years and one dry year. So I work with the Cachuma Operation and Maintenance Board. I'm the Senior Resource Scientist and the Fisheries Division Manager. I've got 2 staffers here. I've been with the group for a long time, Scott Boland and Daniel Razzo. And I'm going to talk to you about, well, let me give you just a quick little background here. So Cachuma Operation and Maintenance Board, COM, as it was referred to, works for the Bureau of Reclamation to run the Cachuma project, which was put together in 1953. And what that group does is it purveys water from Lake Cachuma, which sits in the middle of the San Ynez watershed, to all the water districts in the region on the south coast, as well as in part of the San Ynez Valley. So I get the privilege of managing the group that keeps track of the fishery out there. And that came to be because of the listing of steelhead in 1997. We started working in the mid-90s on monitoring steelhead mykiss in the San Ynez Valley, which led to the biological assessment, which then went into a biological opinion in 2000.
and a fish management plan and an EIR, EIS to do all the actions that are inside of that biological opinion, as well as the water order that came out, a new one in 2019. Okay, so we run all of the monitoring and restoration efforts for the Bureau of Reclamation, which is a big task. So I'm going to tell you all about them in a second. So one thing I want to mention first off is that one of the big components of our effort is to do restoration projects. So we've done all different types of restoration projects. We've done 22 on this list here, and they range in restoration projects for fish passage and habitat enhancement, from just bank stabilization to resizing culverts to the right size, to backwatering low flow crossings, to a variety of different types of fish ladders and fishways. Here you can see several of them. To doing fully spanned bridges. And this is what we've been doing a lot recently on Gaviota Creek, which I'll talk to you about in length here in a minute. But lots of different projects to help out the fishery out there. So I'm going to focus today on a couple of factors that have caused quite an increase in the population, and then what's happened in a dry year shortly thereafter. So first off, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about a mud flow that happened in 23. And then 23 was a really wet year. We got over 40 inches of rain at Bradbury Dam. The average, 70-year average is 20, so double the amount of the average. That was the 6th wettest year on record, followed by another wet year where we had 32 and some change inches at Bradbury. Again, a wet year. And then this year has been pathetic. We really have had very little rain, less than 10 inches, and the 8th driest year on record. So that sets this tone for what's happened out there. So this is what the mud flow looks at. Some of you have heard me speak about this beforehand. We had a really low lake level. A big storm came in and activated the entire watershed. All the delta material that was at the bottom of the lake washed to the center of the lake, formed a density current that flowed down to the outlet of the dam and then flowed out into the main stem. And what this did was it created a mud flow that went downstream and deposited a bunch of fine sediments downstream that ranged from 2 inches to over a foot to sometimes 18 inches of mud everywhere downstream. And what that did was one, turbidity and fish don't do well together, but really the cause is the drop in oxygen, dissolved oxygen concentration. So we lost quite a few fish. They came to that amount of mud. We even lost this is a carp that was lost in that. We thought we lost the entire fishery. So these fish are incredibly resilient. Here's the dam over here. And so this was the outlet where you saw a second ago. So these fish, what they did was some of them died, for sure. But a lot of them moved downstream to get away from that turbid water, and they found areas where it was not so turbid. They went up into different tributaries that were downstream, San Lucas, Calabasal, Gaviota, and Alisal, and they hung in there and they survived. But the real thing that happened was that the winter, that big winter, continued to blast storms at us. And so those fine sediments cleared out relatively quickly, which was really a big advantage. And so they hung in there and they lasted. So they left the cold water refugio near the dam and they moved down into this region here. Okay. So let's look at some data. This is red survey data starting in 2010 going to present. So what you see here is we had big flows up to 2011, then we went into a long extended drought. So we had fair number of reds that were happening, and in a dry year you get more reds, usually because they don't wash out. So the number went out, and then the dry years came into play here, the big long drought. We started to get some recovery on getting some rainfalls. The numbers started to go up, and then they went up a little more, and they went up even further in here. So we thought we were doing pretty well. But then we get into the 23 big storms, 24 big storms, and all of a sudden 25 this year, we had a really large number of reds. So in other words, fish survived, and then they started multiplying. We started seeing lots of fish. So this gives you an idea. Here's the dam over here, Hilton Creek, Gaviota, and Salsa Plays Creek down towards Lompo. This is the number of reds in 2016. So these green dots here represent reds that we're seeing out there. Very few. This is the very end of the drought, the 7-year-long drought. And then here's the case of this year. And what you see is lots of reds showing up all over the place. And where have we done the most number of restoration projects opening up fish passage? Salsa plays in Alejandro Creek. We've taken out all barriers over here. This is wide open, as well as over here at Gaviota, where we've removed 10 fish passage barriers in here. And so now this whole watershed is wide open. And so all these fish that move down in the debris flow, what did they do? They hung out in this area here, and boom, perfect place to go for spawning and rearing in there. Well, not totally perfect, and I'll tell you about that in a second, but that gives you an idea. What also happened that year was we had lamprey, Pacific lamprey show up in our watershed, which we hadn't seen since the latter part of the 90s. We had a red show up down here, way down at the bottom of the watershed, one all the way up here near Gaviota Creek, and then we observed aniseeds here and caught reds in our traps, caught lamprey in our traps up here. So all of a sudden we go from 0 miles per hour to 100 and super fast, and I got them all over the place. So this is what a red looks like. If you haven't seen one, it's an mykiss red. It's elongated with a spill out at the far end down here. Flow's going this way. That's very different than a lamprey red, which tends to be round. And what makes them really distinctive is the lamprey will tend to pick up cobbles and they'll throw them upstream like this, and it's kind of a circular pattern. And this is a round versus an elongated oval shape. That is a classic red. Here's one 17-inch lamprey in our measuring boards that we caught in the traps. Here a pair spawning, and here's one down in the gravels. So they are there, and they're there on all different age classes. So it's gonna be very interesting to track them over time. So let's look at some snorkel data here. Again, this gives you some orientation on what we're talking about. These histograms here are starts with the 154 reach, upper Refugio reach in here, the Refugio, Alisal, and Avenue reach. So you would think the further you go away from the dam, the less number of fish. And that is in general true. But so what you see here in the F and the S is fall snorkel survey versus spring. Going back, coming out of the drought, we're starting to get some tick up of number of fish observed. And we go along here, and all of a sudden we get to 23, we're getting more fish that we're seeing. And they're showing up in the main stem, okay? Because they push downstream. This is in the upper Refugio reach, Refugio and Alisal. And then we go into 24, another great year, and all those fish that survive, well, our numbers go way up. Okay, and we're talking an order of magnitude to 2 orders of magnitude higher. That's a lot. And then here, 24 in the fall. Wow. In the Alisal reach, which is an area that warms up, it's not the greatest situation there, and it's just impressive. Okay, and then over here, dry year, the numbers have come down a little bit, but they're still pretty high. In other words, you got a lot of fish out there. Okay, so let's zero in a little bit on Gaviota Creek. Gaviota Creek, these are all the barriers that got removed. So this whole bottom part here is perfect for spawning and rearing fish. But when you get a dry year like this last year, this bottom part tends to dry out. If you have 2 wet years, then the base flow will sustain over the summer. But you run into a dry year, then all of a sudden that will drop out. And there's where we run into a problem, because all these habitats are drying out. And so here's where I got a chance to work with the CDFW crew to do constant fish rescue to try and save these fish that had reproduced down in that area here. And believe it or not, we started in May and ran hard at least once a week to rescue fish down there. This gives you an idea of the number of fish that we rescued. And there are at least 6 people in this room that participated in Gaviota Creek Fish Rescue. Everybody raise your hand who's part of that thing. Unbelievable. That's really a remarkable thing. Thank you all of you for coming and helping us out with this. It was a huge deal. So what happened is exactly how Alejandro and Casey described it. We provided some data, a request, please here's some data. They thought about it, they consulted with NIMS, and then boom, they came out and helped us out do fish rescues. And just to kind of give you an idea, this was a big push with 4 teams that came out and to move a lot of fish. Our total was over 4,000 fish, which is pretty high percentage of the total, the number of fish that were moved by CDFW this last year. Okay, and this is the breakout between young of the year and larger fish. Okay, so in conclusion, mykiss are incredibly resilient. Rosi talked to you about that. They're just remarkable how they hang in there. And so don't ever give up on a steelhead. They produce and they hang in there. Second, the Lower San Ynez Basin has lots of fish, and we're continuing to hold with lots of fish even after a dry year. Numbers are definitely down, but it's still strong. Wet years produce, but the important part is the base flow that maintains over the summer. That is really a critical part of that whole situation. Dry years are always challenging, always, because you're going to have an ebb and flow depending on what's going on. Our fish passage and habitat restoration projects have been extremely successful. It's just been great what's happened there. Lamprey are back, and hopefully we're going to see a lot of them this coming year. We'll see how that goes. Poaching is an issue. No fishing below keystone barriers. Anybody has any idea? None. Tell your friend, no fishing. And it's really a problem because we're losing some of our bigger fish for people that don't pay attention and don't respect the law. So try to get a CDFW warden out there is not easy to cover lots of turf on a Saturday, Sunday, holiday, what have you. Difficult. Translocation is something we really need to consider because there's a lot of watersheds. All the TNC folks that talked about it, you know, that's a legitimate stream over there at Jalama Creek, and maybe some of the fish that we rescued here could go there at some point. So it's something to really, really think about. Here's what a fish rescue situation looks like on e-fish, and I just want to give you some data or some imagery. It's not the greatest of images, but that's Arroyo Hondo Creek about 2 weeks ago. These are all the Topanga fish. You can see them kind of here and there. They're in this sort of range. They're doing fine. But this is the big steelhead that's still there today. Really remarkable. It came up the creek and is still there. There were 2, but now there's only 1. Translocation seems to be working. So with that, I think I'll stop.
Yes.
I threw a lot of data at you there, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Tim. With the number of fish that were rescued this year, is any data being collected on the outcomes of those rescued fish or the fish that were in those parts of the river where the recipient fish, where the fish got rescued to?
Yes. Yes and no. Yes, and that some of the fish that were captured were pit tagged, and we'll be looking for those. I'm hoping to go tomorrow with an antenna that's on a pole and go see if I can find some of those fish. But we also run a migrant trap that's just upstream. We'll be scanning every fish that we catch to see if we catch any fish there, as well as over on Salsa Plays Creek. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. We do snorkel surveys, but it's hard to tell whether those fish that you see there came out of Gaviota Creek or not. We do fin clips. So we did take fin clips on those fish. They all went to Carlos Garza's lab up in Santa Cruz, and it's part of the West Coast Steelhead mykiss database. So we will be able to track a bit on that as well. So yes, but not as much as we'd like. Yeah, Candice.
Hi, Tim. So I'm sure you're aware Mark Pelly at NIMS wrote the Board of Supervisors in Santa Barbara County a letter about ensuring that there's discretionary review for new wells in Santa Barbara County. And I was just wondering, with regards to Gaviota Creek, is there pumping happening that's affecting the base flow in those low water years? Because this is something we're discussing here with at TNC.
Great question. In general, the answer is no. because down in the floodplain area, San Ynez River 100-year floodplain, yes, there are several wells there. There is one about a mile up in the confluence. And then there's another one, but it's really, really small. It's for running cattle trough. So beyond that, no. But down at that bottom part, you've got a lot of alluvium. You've got a lot of gravels down there. It tends to sink down there. It's never been the greatest habitat, but under 2 wet years and lots of fish in the main stem that are there really close by, boom, up they come, and then they're in a perilous situation come the dry season. So one of these days we'd love to put a pumping system from the main stem to pump water all the way out and then water the watershed from above. That's something we've been thinking about. Okay, good question.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next is Candice.
All right. Hi, everyone. Candice Meneghin. I'm the Executive Director with Coastal Ranches Conservancy along the Gaviota coast. And I'm going to be talking a bit about multi-species approaches to leveraging landscape scale conservation. So Coastal Ranches Conservancy was founded in 2003, and we do conservation, restoration, and education along the Gaviota coast. And this past summer, we adopted our new strategic plan. And ultimately, our focus for the next 5 years is going to be on building resilience through connecting rivers, lands, and our communities. And we do that by, in partnership with the original stewards of these Native American Chumash lands, with private landowners, with public agencies, local, state, and federal, as well as other nonprofits. And we do that by implementing priority restoration actions for both fish and wildlife populations. As I said, we focus on the 76 miles of the Gaviota coast. And we recognize that Gaviota coast makes up 15% of Southern California's coastline, but it also represents 50% of California's remaining rural coastline. And it's the largest intact remnant of this Mediterranean type ecosystem and biodiversity hotspot in the state. And so it's a juncture of different climates and ecotones, and therefore plays a pivotal role in how species adapt to climate change. And so what we do under conservation is we support conservation through advocacy and by doing protection. And we also follow a lot of here we have the Community Vision and Policy Platform that was put together by the Santa Barbara Botanical Garden. And that's for a coalition of folks about policy initiatives on the Central Coast. But we also ensure that land use practices in the Gaviota Coast Plan are implemented and upheld. And then it goes a little bit more local on watershed level efforts too. In 2023, we became the fiscal sponsor for Hollister Ranch Shoreline Preserve. So you can see here that, the Shoreline Preserve really joins Gaviota State Park along the coastline through Surfing Cowboy onto the Endangered Preserve. And some of the vital projects that have come out there is wildlife camera trapping. The Hollister Ranch Shoreline Preserve also entered into a partnership with the Point Conception Institute with the Nature Conservancy, ready to get a research fellow to have data that's being collected out there come out to the public in a scientifically strong way without any bias. And then also a lot of monitoring with Point Blue Conservancy and Snowy Plover and Shorebird surveys. But so last year, Coastal Ranches Conservancy and Gaviota Coast Conservancy helped fund the UC Brain study with Legacy Works Group. And this really looked at gap analysis that would inform a sentinel landscape partnership. And sentinel landscapes are areas where conservation, working lands, and national defense interests converge. And they are anchored in at least one high-value military installation. And so we, in April, put together a letter of interest for a sentinel landscape partnership around Vandenberg's baseball space.
And these partnerships bring together these different federal agencies. And one of my steering committee members and executive members, Christy Bowser, is here from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. But it's also bringing in your nonprofit interests. And so who we are on the steering committee is a lot of federal partners with the Los Padres Forest Service, the Natural Resource Conservation Districts, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the base naturally, and the NOAA Marine Sanctuary. We have the Chumash National Heritage Marine Sanctuary off the coast, and then the Nature Conservancy and ourselves. But we also have a lot of folks that are in the room, including Cal Trout on the leadership team, part of the steering, the groups prioritizing and identifying projects within this landscape. And we're using threatened and listed and endangered species as keystone species to really drive solutions on the landscape and at a landscape scale. And so the UC Santa Barbara study looked at, within the geography of the Sentinel Landscape Partnership, where there is Southern Steelhead, looked at where there was suitable data. They did a significant data gaps analysis to look at where steelhead were present, but also looked at elevation, slope, and aspect of all these streams in the region. But the stream flow and stream temperature data was somewhat limited. So this shows where that data was limited and also identifies where research needs to be enhanced to drive our management decisions. And they did this for wildlife connectivity on the landscape too. And then putting all of these elements together, we've brought together a map. We've got critical waterways, all the critical steelhead habitat on here, as well as snowy plover habitat. And ultimately, it's bringing together all these resource agencies to help leverage federal and state funding and private funding and planning on this scale. So what we also do is restoration. Similarly to our protection strategies, we look at statewide and regional and project or watershed specific projects. And so some of the restoration we're focusing on is where the star starts over there at Goleta Slough all the way. We're focusing on northern Santa Barbara, essentially along the Gaviota coast. And Caltrout also has their State of Soil Monitor report, which showed that major dams, urbanization, and estuary alterations are the top 3 threats to Southern Steelhead. And so this is also guiding some of our actions along the coast. And so a lot of folks have been part of our Gaviota Creek watershed efforts in the past, and this really looked at a whole bunch of grade control structures on Gaviota Creek, but also the entrance road to the park that it gets inundated and floods routinely, but also the campground and the opportunities for estuary enhancement there. And so together with South Coast Habitat Restoration, we've helped and supported Caltrans in identifying fish passage alternatives along Gaviota Creek. You can see here on both sides of the highway, the creek actually gets abutted on both ends by north and southbound. And we got 14 of these grade control structures which underpin the highway that are in the creek that pose fish passage barriers. This is also the entrance road to the state park. Caltrans did a realignment that is being discussed and proposed to be included in the general plan update for the El Capitan Refugio and Gaviota State Park general plan update that's currently underway. But then we also looked at the 1873 topographic maps of what the historical occurrence of the estuary is out there to guide restoration actions going forward. So we've been bringing Gaviota Creek stakeholders together, but through the Sentinel Landscape, we also identified that there have been studies outside of Gaviota Creek watershed. And so we expanded our planning and restoration efforts into the St. Ynez River. We partnered with Vandenberg Space Force Base and CBEC with support from HD Harvey and Associates, helped us develop a 65% design proposal and permitting project, and we have proposals pending with the State Coastal Conservancy and Wildlife Conservation Board currently for this project. But essentially, you can see here there's the Union Pacific Railroad. The railroad company owns a right of way. And so they have to go through a different permitting process to the Space Force base. So Coastal Ranches Conservancy is supporting the base with regards to the enhancements that were identified in the California Audubon 2011 study. And then Althouse and Mead is supporting Union Pacific Railroad. And these are two priority projects that have been pulled out as priority interventions for the Sentinel Landscape Partnership. So just to give you an overview, it's not only steelhead that we work on. We also identified that there have been big concerns around roadkill along Highway 101. And this gives you an overview of these Caltrans-owned grade control structures in the creek. There's the campground and the entrance road that's owned and operated by state parks. And then there's the Caltrans project for a wildlife undercrossing along the Gaviota Pass. And so part of California Wildlife Reconnected, and one of the things that I've spoken to Beth Pratt about a lot is that, you know, wildlife by definition with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife does not only mean terrestrial animals, it actually includes fisheries. And we spoke to that at the legislature with AB 902 by Assemblymember Schultz this year. In our testimony, but essentially we did this teeny tiny little project showing, like, we had a lot of my board members live along the Gaviota coast, and we saw that there was a roadkill problem, and then that became an impetus for a larger wildlife connectivity assessment by Caltrans, which then also we looked at connectivity in northern Santa Barbara County for the Sentinel Landscape Partnership. And so Caltrans is currently proposing this undercrossing, but part of the ICF connectivity assessment was that there are complementary culverts and crossing additions to this undercrossing that would also help connectivity along the pass. Essentially, the ICF study showed that every half a mile you actually need a connectivity intervention to support safe passage for wildlife. And then this is really what we're advocating for here is, like, here are all the fish passage barriers, but some of these culverts, especially like, can't really see there. The red squares, 49.5, 46.5, 48.5, that's Las Canovas and Georgie culverts. These were identified in the South Coast Fish Pack as priorities statewide. But they're also coming out in the ICF projects as a priority for terrestrial connectivity. And so we're looking for, you know, fish and wildlife connectivity solutions through these interventions that are being planned along the Gaviota Pass and Highway 101. And then lastly, one of our other programs is that we provide fiscal sponsorship to the Shoreline Preserve for Tide Pool School, and we do grants to Nature Track. And we're partnering with the SSP Fly Fishers to do Trout in the Classroom. One of our schools actually is within the Gaviota Creek watershed. And so the creek runs through the school grounds, and it's just a beautiful opportunity to do watershed education. But one of the things we've picked up in our new strategic plan is policy and litigation work. And earlier this year, we settled with California Parks and Recreation. And ultimately, we're protecting in-stream flow on Gaviota Creek. And we are tomorrow actually going to be out at Gaviota State Park with the technical advisory group and developing and discussing project scope for enhancing at least 3 acres of salt marsh and an acre of riparian. And considering that's the historical extent of the estuary is 12 acres, we're pretty much getting more than half the estuary back, which is wonderful. To build in resilience for Southern Steelhead. One of the biggest challenges, I think, right now is identifying suitable habitat for steelhead and not just having a revegetation, terrestrial intervention of enhancement, but actually having enhanced habitat in stream and in the estuary. And so we've brought on Ethan Bell with Stillwater Sciences, and we looking at those topographic maps. Okay. Looking at the topographic maps from San Francisco Estuary Institute, what it would look like with no access and no campground, but just purely looking at a biodiversity outcome. And I think that's a good starting point to think of in nowadays. We've lost over 90% of our wetlands in California. And if we're going to meet our 30 by 30 goals, we actually need representative estuaries along the coast. But we also recognize that there are people on the landscape and we need access solutions. And so these are some of the proposals that we are going to be using as starting points tomorrow. But unfortunately, the park's also going through a general plan update. And so the timescales of these are a little bit, the general plan's going a little bit slower than this court audit process. And so we are out of whack by probably 12 months. And so it's how do we do this in a phased way so that we can also support the longer term general plan update goals. And then next week, we are actually going to court with Caltrans. In 2023, Caltrans went into Gaviota Creek to do this, then constructed this second retaining wall. There was some scour in the creek because of the rains, and they went in and did this work without an incidental take permit. Under SB 857, you actually have to consider fish passage remediation in transportation projects, and that wasn't done. And so in August 2023, CDFW issued a notice of violation, and then we shortly thereafter filed suit in November 2023. And Caltrans has initiated their consultation with NIMS as of July of this year, very much after the fact, and we will be in court next week. So this has been coming for a long time, but hopefully we feel confident that we'll get some positive outcomes. What CDFW did say was that the mitigation that Caltrans had identified, which was the 3 barriers within the project footprint, would be the mitigation for the project. And what CDFW and CRC are saying is that that should have been required as part of the project because of SB 857, and therefore you have to do mitigation over and above that. I think what's exciting for me as a recent graduate from law school is that some of the arguments we're making here is that it's not just about the take of steelhead, it's the fact that the structures in stream are having an adverse impact on critical steelhead habitat. And I think if we can make that argument, we could be setting a legal precedent that can open up a mechanism really to expedite the need to address the adverse impacts from road infrastructure on our fisheries. And so I think after court, we have asked the California Natural Resource Agency to convene the different agencies, because as you can see, there's a notice of violation from the Department of Fish and Wildlife. There's Caltrans and their infrastructure. There's state parks and their infrastructure and their mitigation requirements. They're called settlement requirements. There's opportunities for advanced mitigation. But really, it's a one-in-a-lifetime generational opportunity to address the dangers of vehicles turning into the state park, the high roadkill incidents along this path, but also these fish passage barriers that Trout Unlimited has been saying needed to come out of this creek since the 1970s. And so it's really about what can we do right and step out of our agency lanes and actually think comprehensively together. And we're hopeful that we can get that leadership from the Natural Resource Agency. Lastly, we have dipped into the realm of policy and been working in Sacramento. We worked on a number of bills and we've testified in Sacramento on some wildlife connectivity bills. But I'm going to leave it here. This is a photo of JJ Hollister with a large Arroyo Hondo steelhead. And one of the Santa Barbara Land Trust's donors just recently confirmed this April that this is Joe Jennings, George Hollister, and Scott Hollister in the 70s fishing for steelhead. And if my time with with steelhead recovery has taught me anything. It's just that there are many people in this room, like Connor, who has the stories about the steelhead. And I might not in my lifetime be able to fish for a steelhead, but this is my daughter and my son at Haskell Beach along the Gaviota coast and at Hollister Ranch Shoreline Preserve. And if we can stuff it up in a generation, we can certainly fix it in a generation. So maybe not for me, but certainly for the next generation.
Thank you, Candice. There will not be time for questions, but Candice has a wonderful table right here with an amazing topographic map on there. You guys should come check it out. All right, Nate.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nate Yancheff. I'm a project manager with Cal Trout, working out of our San Diego office. So I'm here today to talk to you about one of our projects on Trabuco Creek in Orange County. This project will entail removing 2 fish passage barriers in the lower portion of the watershed. And I'm also going to talk about some of the work we're doing in the upper watershed to support this project as well. This photo is at the downstream end of our project site in San Juan Capistrano, looking out towards the Pacific Ocean. So Trabuco Creek is a tributary of San Juan Creek, which is designated as a Core 1 priority watershed for restoration. And it ultimately, the system terminates at the Pacific Ocean in Dana Point at Doheny Beach. So that's what you're looking out towards from this photo here. Regional goals for California trout in the South Coast region include solving complex fish and water issues, implementing landscape scale projects, and building coastal community resilience. And this project certainly meets all 3 of those goals. The 2 photos on the right of your screen are the 2 fish passage barriers that will be remediated as part of this project. And then the photo on the left is an example of the target habitat that we were trying to provide them access to in the upper watershed, where they'll find their best spawning potential. This project has been in development for over a decade, and as everyone is aware of in this room, this work is not successful without collaboration. So over that time, we've been able to build a project team of industry experts and build really powerful, strong relationships with our project partners and funders, and we're just so appreciative of those relationships and how we've been able to leverage them to really help drive this project forward and be in a position for success as we approach our construction phase. So obviously the species in question here is the Southern Steelhead. They have enjoyed federal endangered listings since 1997, and then at the state level endangered as of 2024, last year. To orient you where this project will occur within the distinct population segment, it's in the city of San Juan Capistrano in Orange County, so kind of along the coast and towards the southern end of their range. To further orient you, so you can see where the barriers are going to be removed in the lower watershed in the bottom left portion of the screen. And then if you look towards the middle top, you can see where it says Trabuco Creek Upper and Holy Jim Canyon. That's our target area to get them to where they're going to have the best chance to spawn and regrow the population within the watershed. So this is just kind of a flipped view of the picture from my first slide. So we are now looking upstream at Trabuco Creek. And one of the challenges that we face with steelhead restoration projects throughout Southern California is the fact that once they enter the ocean, very commonly they have to navigate through very urbanized, developed areas before they reach that high quality spawning area in the upper watershed up in the mountains. So this project is no different from that. The 2 barriers that are actually going to be remediated represent key transportation corridors through Orange County. One is the Metrolink rail system, that's the downstream barrier. And then about a half-mile upstream is actually the I-5 bridge array. So chances are, if you've driven on the I-5 through Orange County, you've gone right over this project site. So this will serve as a great case study that restoration, conservation can coexist and succeed in these urbanized, heavily developed areas. So the upstream barrier is the I-5 bridge array and the flood conveyance structure. So the way the flood conveyance structure through that area is currently oriented, it prevents fish from passing through it. So some of the benefits of remediating this barrier are obviously going to be providing fish passage, but we will also address the removal of invasive species, the restoration of native plants, and the project will provide an infusion of funds and jobs to the local economy as well. This is an animation showing the engineering solution that has been designed to resolve the barrier. So if I play this here we go. So we'll start on the downstream end. This red area here is going to be a barrier that directs the fish up to this pool and shoot nature-like fishway. So they'll navigate along that side of the bank, navigating the grade to the flood conveyance structure, get to this turning point. Well, they'll actually turn left, and now they'll be going under the bridges. The bridge structure has been removed so you can see what's going on here. But once they enter into this fish transport channel here, now they're under the bridge in the existing flood conveyance structure. So the only change to the flood conveyance structure is really digging a deeper channel along this left bay, where there will be baffles to control the right amount of flow and to allow the fish to navigate through there, even during periods of, after significant precipitation events, higher flow periods. Once they exit the fishway channel, they're back into the natural stream channel, and they have about 15 miles to get up into that mountain habitat where I showed you the picture from previously. About a half mile downstream from that site is the Metrolink barrier. So this is a very different flood conveyance structure. You can see that it's somewhat weathered and aged. So this is certainly going to be modernized through our project. Again, it'll remove the barrier to fish passage. It'll provide improved flood security and improved erosion control, enhance public access and safety. If you can kind of see, there's a public trail that comes through the left side of that bridge and then crosses right in front of the bridge, right at the edge of that drop structure. So this is frequently used by hikers, cyclists, and the equestrian community. So if you've ever ridden a horse, you could understand how precarious that crossing is to the equestrian community. So they've been a great supporter of this project because we will actually reroute that trail behind the bridge to provide a safer crossing and safer access for the public using these trail systems. And again, the project will provide an infusion of funds to the local economy and job opportunities as well. So this is a video of what this particular flood conveyance structure looks like during a time of higher flow. You could see just the challenge the steelhead would face once they reach this point, not being able to navigate that gradient or the velocity. You can also see the amount of erosion that's taken place on that far bank. During periods of lower flows, there's actually a significant drop at the end of that, at the bottom of that drop structure. There can be 4 or 5 feet of a drop off, and the area underneath the drop structure has also been significantly scoured out. So by rebuilding that infrastructure, not only are we providing fish passage for the fish, but we're improving the flood security and the infrastructure underneath the Metrolink rail system as well. So this is another animation. I do have a video animation back at the table we have back here if you want to take a look at that afterwards. But for this particular design solution, the fish will be swimming upstream, coming from the right side of your screen towards the left. Again, there will be a barrier that will direct them into the design channel where they will swim, take this right-hand turn, and again, another pool and shoot nature-like fishway where they will navigate the gradient all the way up under the bridge and then rejoin that half-mile reach before they get up to the I-5 structure where that barrier will be remediated as well. On the side over here, there will be some grading to address that erosive, that heavily eroded bank that you saw previously, and also to provide some access road for maintenance vehicles to maintain the fishway after construction is complete. This slide does not do service to the engineering effort that's been undertaken to develop these solutions, but I did just want to reference how in-depth that process was. Our engineering partners actually built scale models in their factories, tested the different iterations, orientations of the structures to make sure that the flow is going through there appropriately at various different flow rates, to make sure that when it does go through the transport channel, we're hitting the target velocities that we need to still allow for fish transport, but also to ensure that the structural integrity of the existing flood conveyance structures or the redesigned structure in the case of the Metrolink is still going to be intact. So the community is going to be safe even with these new solutions installed as well. So upcoming project dates and timelines, we can kind of see the horizon, construction on the horizon, hoping to begin construction in Q2 of next year. The intervening reach restoration will take place beginning in July of 2027. The I-5 upstream barrier remediation site will begin in January 2028, with the construction phase of the project hoping to finish up by the end of 2028. So some of the additional work we've done in the watershed involves really assessing the habitat that's available up in the upper mountainous area. Over the past several years, the Forest Service has removed over 81 check dams in Trabuco Creek and San Juan Creek to really make sure that this area has good access for the fish. And recently, last year, there was actually a fire that occurred that went right through this target area. So earlier this year in July, we wanted to get back up there and assess what the impacts of that fire were. So along a 2-mile section of the creek, we conducted 5 surveys, performing physical habitat surveys and e-fishing as well. The red dots that you see are where check dams previously existed, and that'll be important as I kind of go through our results here. The main impacts that we observed, the most severely impacted areas were on the canyon slopes and higher elevations, and that was in the form of vegetation loss and ash accumulation. But the riparian area proved to be fairly resilient, so that was good to see. But we did experience quite a bit of in-stream sedimentation. In the lower reaches, this is pretty typical of what we saw. Very exposed, roughly, straight flowing creek, and very, very shallow. There were areas in previous years in these reaches where depths could reach 2 to 3 feet. We rarely saw any depths over 6 to 8 inches when we performed this after the fire. Moving up through our survey areas, this is where we got to where those old check dams were removed. So a lot more complex habitat where we had these boulders. The stream was forced to meander around, creating more opportunities for scour, cascading down some of these barriers, and creating plunge pools and really good habitat for fish to be able to hold. And then moving up into reach 4 and 5, still good habitat, less cascading in reach 4. At the top of reach 4 is this Arizona crossing, which we believe proved to be a barrier because we did not find any fish above in reach 5, even though the habitat looked very, very good. So we did identify 26 fish in our surveys. One was an arroyo chub, and then 25 mykiss, including 4 young of the year. Most of them ranging between 6 and 8 inches, except for those 4 young of the year.
5 minutes left.
Thank you. And I should mention too that the majority of those fish were found in reach 3 and reach 4, where those pools and cascades and that really good high quality habitat was, with a lot of vegetation cover keeping that area cool as well. So there's a photo of our arroyo chub, as well as a photo of some of the mykiss we encountered. The young of the year are in yellow circles there. I should note that these mykiss are likely of stocked origin. So CDFW has historically stocked this area. We were not able to take fin clips as part of this survey, but we do believe that they were of stocked origin. And then there's a good example of the typical mykiss that we encountered, and then a young of the year on the right as well. And then what I'll leave you with is through the development of this project, we've been able to build a close relationship with the Hashman community. The Trabuco Creek watershed is on their ancestral land, so we've learned a lot about their use, their relationship of the land. Immediately adjacent to the I-5 construction site, they have a commemorative village called Betuito, and they have this sign, "Water is Life." So we've just learned how throughout their history that they traditionally had a village site right where our construction location is going to be, and then they would migrate upstream into the mountains throughout the year for various harvest seasons, things of that nature to gather their resources for basket weaving. But really this creek was the lifeblood of their community. So it's just great to have their partnership, to learn about their history, and then to share the common goal of restoring this cultural icon to Trabuco Creek. Thank you.
Question for Nate. Okay.
Question, the I-5 solution looked amazing. Also really kind of daunting for a fish. Is there anything of that scale in Southern California that's working? And
not in Southern California that I can immediately point to. So we were very careful to reference the CDFW guidelines and criteria for successful fish passage. And then, I barely touched on the engineering effort behind the scenes of the scale models that they build and the different alternatives that they tested to land on this solution. But our lead hydraulics engineer team has installed other solutions. One particular that this is very reminiscent of in Ontario, which has proved to be successful, but I can't point to another one in Southern California.
Yeah, hi. Kind of building off that question, do you have an estimate of the percentage of population that will make it kind of past those kind of big passages that you guys are building? It seems very difficult to kind of manage that for fish.
The percentage of, are you saying like the percentage of the steelhead that enter the system that can navigate past that? So yeah, so the engineering effort broke down different life stages of mykiss and the flow requirements necessary to provide passage. Generally, our main concern is adult steelhead that are entering the system from the ocean, getting past this first 5 miles, so they can then go up into the further 15 miles to spawn. And the design meets all those criteria up to a 2-year rain event and beyond. So we're confident that, again, based on the scale models that have been designed and what we've learned through the data collected through that it should be very successful for adult steelhead to be able to navigate.
Yeah, I have a question. Given the physical complexity of both those projects, and in particular the baffles, what kind of sediment transport modeling did you do, or did the consultants do?
Yeah, I'd love to give a whole nother presentation on the engineering effort because they did cover that as well about the sedimentation that would occur within these structures along the way. So there will be some sedimentation that occurs kind of on the lower range of the flows, possible for debris accumulation on the higher flow events as well. But as part of our project, we've also developed an operations and maintenance long-term plan to make sure that that's addressed after precipitation events, to remove that sediment out, to make sure that the system continues to flow and function properly.
We have one more question.
Quick question on the fish ladder to fishway. What's your jump height that's designed?
So it's a pull and shoot system. So it's not necessarily a jump height per se. It's not like a fish ladder where they're going off. So they'll kind of navigate through a chute and then they'll pull off to a side, pulls along the way where they can rest and then navigate to the next chute.
So the differential between one invert and the next was.
Do you have that information, Sandy?
Beats the Gibson that you get through.
Okay.
Half a foot.
I don't have the figure off the top of my head, but I can get that for you.
Okay, that's it. Thank you, Nate. Next is Mark Capelli. He will be our final speaker for today, but please stick around after our break for our kickoff of our strategic planning session for the Southern Steelhead Coalition, the next part of it for the next 2 years. Yeah. Here's this is your microphone.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to the symposium. I want to talk this afternoon about bar-built estuaries and their role and function in steelhead recovery. So bar-built estuaries are ubiquitous along the California coast. A recent survey of them indicated that there were close to 300, not quite 300, but the vast majority of them are quite small, less than 5 hectares. These estuaries are not well studied. Most estuary studies have focused on very large, well-known estuaries like Chesapeake Bay on the East Coast or San Francisco Bay on the West Coast. There are roughly 50 core recovery populations in the Southern California DPS or planning area, and about 32 of those are identified as high priority. Every one of them has a bar-built estuary of one sort or another in one condition or another associated with it. Estuaries are incredibly rich, with a lot of biodiversity because they exist at the interface of 3 principal types of environments: the marine environment, the freshwater environment, and obviously the terrestrial environment. As a result, they've been recognized for years as being hotspots for biodiversity. Waterfowl, of course, use them along the Pacific Flyway. But they also harbor 2 species that have been relatively recently listed: the Southern California steelhead and the tidewater goby. The tidewater goby, since it was originally listed, it's now split up into 2 species. So there's a separate species in San Diego County, and then there's the rest of them on the rest of the coast. Oops. So these estuaries, these bar-built estuaries, exist from Eureka County all the way down to San Diego County. There are relatively new features on the landscape. Most of them have appeared since the end of the last ice age as a result of ice melts and continental rebound. And so most of these estuaries exist about 1 meter or 2 above mean sea level. They're called perched. As I said, they haven't been studied very much, but there was in mid 2000s a significant effort made to study a couple of estuaries on the Central Coast, Scott Creek in particular, and how they played a role in steelhead and steelhead rearing. I'm not going to go into too much of the details here. You can read the slide, but what they found was that these fish that were rearing in the estuary grew much faster than the fish rearing upstream in freshwater. They entered the ocean as smolts sooner and at a larger size, and then they had a greater survival rate in the ocean. There was additional work done. This initial work was done by I'm drawing a blank. Yes, Morgan Bond, sorry, thank you. And then subsequent work by Sean Hayes at our Southwest Fisheries Science Center, who looked at the movement of these fish between upstream and downstream areas. And they showed that there was a lot of complexity in that movement. These 2 slides show you the marine survival rates on the freshwater rearing fish and the fish that are reared in the estuary. That's on the left there, and on the right is the fecundity of these fish based on their size and maturity. This I didn't put the source of this slide on the right, but that's actually from a 1954 publication by Shapovalov and Taft, who did a canonical study on Scott Creek many years ago. And you can see that as the fish size increases, the fecundity increases exponentially as well. So you've all seen this slide or slides like it showing you the life cycle. And there's two things to notice about it. First of all the arrows go in one direction. And the other is that the spacing between the different little rectangles are pretty much uniform, suggesting that time spent between the phases are either uniform or they're consistent. That's not actually the way it works at all. This is the slide we have in our recovery plan that David Boughton in our Southwest Fishery Science put together that gives a little better idea of the complexity of these fish's movement between the freshwater environment, the estuarine environment, and the marine environment. I'm not going to go into obviously the details here, but the point is there's a lot of complexity in the movement of these fish between the estuary and their freshwater and their marine environments. The only study that's been done in Southern California of smolts and juvenile fish in estuaries is a study that was done involving the Santa Clara River estuary and the San Ynez River estuary in 2008. This is a much simpler study. It really dealt and focused on the movement of fish between the upstream area and the estuary, just the movement of them, and not what happened once they got into the estuary, although there was a little bit of tracking into the ocean of a few fish that had been tagged. But it was a much simpler study, and it's only one that's been done since the Bond studies and the Hayes studies. These are the two estuaries that were part of this. And these are the results. Fairly conclusive, fairly simple. About 25%, I think, of the fish tagged in the San Ynez estuary made it to the estuary. They were tagged upstream, rather, and 61% in the Santa Clara that made it down to the estuary. One thing was interesting. They found that the smaller fish had the higher survival rate than the larger fish that were moving downstream, and they think that was maybe partly due to predation selection. The bigger fish were more attractive, easier to find and eat, so they made it down in smaller percentages. One of the difficulties of doing this kind of research in Southern California, fish are listed as endangered, and you need a 10A1 permit to do this. That's complicated. It results in a publication in the Federal Register, and it's kind of ironic that once the fish got listed, it became harder and harder to do this kind of this research. And unfortunately, it's going to get harder now with the changes that are taking place throughout the federal bureaucracy and our own agency. The other thing about doing this kind of work in Southern California is the impacts to the estuaries. They're smaller now, they've been filled in, the productivity is down, the run sizes are down, so there's simply less fish to work with. So there's a lot of management issues associated with these estuaries. This is just kind of a short list. The usual suspects. I'm not going to go into any details here. But in the recovery plan, there are recovery actions for each one of these estuaries in these core populations, not only to develop estuarine restoration plans, but also to do monitoring in the estuaries. And for me, at least, fundamentally to do research, because we really don't know that much about how these estuaries are used by these southern populations, not in any kind of detail. So these are just some of the problems that we're having, and you're all familiar with them. The effects of freshwater inflow into the estuaries because of dams, diversions, and so on. Filling of the estuaries. And one thing that gets overlooked is what gets filled first in these estuaries are all the fringe areas, the shallow areas that provide the complexity. Leaving what's left is the core, the deeper water habitat. But the complexity is what really gets lost. So the numbers you hear, like 90% lost, it's actually worse than that, because it's probably closer to 98% of the shallow water habitat associated with these estuaries. So I'm not going to again go into the details, but these are just examples of some of these effects: degradation of water quality, everything from cows being reared in, not reared, but grazed in estuaries, to non-point sources of water, pollution, introduced species, plants and animals, and then artificial bar breaching. We call this recreational breaching in Southern California. So that's the bad news. The good news is there's this unique tool for working with restoration on these estuaries. There was a series of maps that were produced right after California became a state, beginning in 1851 and going through the late 1870s. And I'm sure some of you are familiar with them. They're called T-series maps. But what you may not know is that there is a massive 2-volume work by a guy named Shellowitz that explains how the maps were made and includes these elaborate keys in interpreting all of the symbols in the maps. The maps have lots of different kinds of symbols, very subtle symbols, and this is just one page from that 2-volume work. Shore and sea boundaries. It was published in 1960, so it's a little hard to find. I found a copy of it in a Eureka bookstore just by accident. Now these maps have fairly recently been digitized for Southern California. So you can go online and you can access all of these maps. But in addition to the maps themselves, they have contemporary aerial photograph overlays. So you can compare those overlays from the historic photos. So what I'm going to just do is show you very quickly some photos of the maps themselves and then contemporary photographs of the same places. So this is the Santa Maria River. It's largely physically intact. It looks today like it did then. This is the Gaviota, and I've got 2 arrows there showing you 2 distributary channels in that little estuary that contributed to its complexity. One of those distributive channels is now the access road to Gaviota State Park. This is a very tiny little estuary at the mouth of Big Sycamore Creek, but you can, if I can point out, you can see it right here. It has 3 little tongues. So that's before anything was done to it. Then there was a road built upstream of it, left it more or less intact. And then that was 1926 or so. And then, of course, they built new highway and stranded the estuary between the old bridge and the new bridge. There's a restoration plan in the works for this estuary, by the way. This is Malibu. And again, you can see that you can trace the original features of this estuary here and other topographic features associated with it. This is Topanga. There's another restoration plan in the works for this. And again, you can look at contemporary photographs and identify topographic features quite readily from this. This is the San Juan Creek estuary. One thing I'd point out right here, there's a big sandbar right here that created an interlagoon. That was taken out. There's a note there. It says obliterated in 1884 by a storm. But if you look at this photograph, this contemporary photograph, you can see the big sandbar trying to reform right here. So I just have a couple of others. I don't have a couple others, I guess. There's a restoration plan in the works for the San Juan estuary as well. I guess I should say one thing about this. This early photograph shows a fair amount of development right here. And that's because this was the site of the San Juan Capistrano mission, which was built in 1776, time of the Revolution. So already this was starting to show the effects of development. And that's why that estuary has got, why this T-series map has so much development on it already. Thank you very much.
Great. Ready for questions? Anybody?
Hello, Mark. Your information had some data on smolts out migrating from estuaries and some indication of time spent in estuaries on the way out, et cetera. I was wondering what sort of data is available, if much at all, on migrating fish, anadromous fish coming up into the estuaries and how long they tend to hang out there, et cetera, acclimating to fresh water.
No, that's an interesting question. For a long time, it was thought that
If you could speak into the mic.
For a long time, it was thought that the estuaries were used primarily to acclimate for an adult coming in or for a juvenile coming out. That's not so much the thinking now. The time spent in the estuary of the adults coming in is largely determined by flows presenting passage opportunities. I mean, they will hang out in the estuary, but they're waiting for cues to go upstream. But there was for a long time the idea that that's the primary role of the estuary. In fact, in the Shapovalov studies, which is incredibly detailed, I mean, it's canonical even today, there's almost nothing about the role of the Scott Creek or the Waddell Creek estuary in that study. People simply assumed that that's what they were for.
Questions? What do you think are the most updated cues that the steelhead are waiting for?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
What are the most, our knowledge of steelhead changes all the time.
Yeah.
And you're saying that they're waiting for cues. In your opinion, what do you think are the cues today?
Well, I think the flow rate, I think the discharge to the ocean, which brings, of course, sediment, and there's olfactory cues in that. But it's the flow rate itself is giving the fish the sense that there's some place to go and some way to get there.
Curious, in your study of bar-built estuaries, if you see any reference to Pacific lamprey and how they use these estuary systems?
That's a good question. I mentioned at the beginning that there's been very little work done on these estuaries. In fact, haven't even been sort of recognized as a distinctive type until this year. There was 2 papers published, one that deals with California, the other deals with these bar-built estuaries around the world, and they're both calling for more work on these distinctive estuaries because they create different kinds of habitats for different species, and there hasn't been a lot of detailed work done on them. Probably the most detailed work is the work that Morgan Bond did and Sean Hayes and his colleagues on the Scott Creek estuary. Those are very detailed investigations, but there's nothing even remotely comparable to anything south of there.
We've got a question in the back.
Hi, I was just wondering what your thoughts were on urbanization on bar-built estuaries, and my observation is that when our wetlands in Orange County close up, then all the fish die, all the eelgrass dies, all of our invertebrates die. It's kind of very urbanized, so I'm not saying that. So we tend to come in and open them up every time because of the impacts on the wider biodiversity.
Yeah. Before working for NIPS, I was with the California Coastal Commission for about 20 years. And
microphone?
Back then, because all the work had been done on East Coast estuaries, the idea was an estuary didn't function correctly unless it was subject to regular tidal influence. It flushed out things and let things in. And so when the commission got involved in wetland restoration in Southern California, it took that as a kind of a basic model. And there's a number of cases where permits were issued to authorize regular breaching. In fact, in some cases, to increase the tidal prism in the wetland by dredging it out so that it would sort of naturally, when it did breach, it would sort of keep that breach open longer. And the idea was that it would flush out pollutants and create a more suitable habitat. That model is sort of out the window. People aren't thinking about barbel estuaries that way any longer. The problem is really controlling inputs into the estuary from urbanized areas. And of course, there's a very elaborate in Southern California non-point source pollution program run by the Regional Water Quality Control Board. And there's also another program that deals with solid waste. The name of it is escaping me right off the top of my head. But I mean, the solution is not dilution, and that's what it used to be. And it's controlling the inputs.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
You have a lot of people in here who do a lot of restoration work. Which of these estuaries in our DPS do you think need the most tender loving care, special attention? Or are something that we should get on our radar? Because there are a lot of estuaries, but which of these do you think need the most?
I guess I would direct you to the prioritization in the recovery plan. Yeah. But on the other hand, I have to say, sometimes it's just a matter of where the opportunities are. If you have a local government, or if you have a landowner, or if you have a government agency like the Regional Water Quality Control Board that is focused on a particular watershed, like San Mateo Creek, for example, you shouldn't hesitate in working with that entity or those entities to take advantage of that interest.
So there's a bit of, we have a structure laid out in the recovery plan, but there's a certain amount of opportunism that is involved in this effort, and it's the way it is.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Mark. All right, I see everybody settling down, which is great. So this is our next portion of our meeting. After this, we will have open discussion where you can come up to the mic and do what we normally do in Southern Steelhead Coalition meetings, where you say an action item or problems, you need help problem solving, or you want to bring something to the attention of the coalition. This will be after this strategic planning session. Thank you guys for staying. I know it's been a long day, but I think this is really important to help make sure we have this coalition go in the direction that the people who are part of it are part of. So I'm going to let you take this away, Mac.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Everybody, to start off, I want to go back to something that Casmali said in his opening remarks. He said, the task we have today.
Let me give you this one. This one's loud.
All right.
Yeah.
The task we have today is building a future. What do we want to expand? What do we want to do to expand and deepen our impact? And how do we want to work together to harness the power of this big group of organizations to do that? So I'm Matt Heebner, and what better time than the first annual Southern Steelhead Symposium to kick off our next 5-year strategic planning cycle. A little bit about me, my background: I grew up in the national park system. My dad spent 37 years of his career there as a conservationist and historical interpreter. And these days, I spend my time working with mission-driven organizations like all of yours and like the coalition, navigating strategic planning processes and implementing programmatic governance and operations. And so that's what we're here to talk about today and kick things off formally. Me and my colleague, Steve Johnson, who some of you may know through his years and role at the Nature Conservancy and other roles, will be facilitating and coordinating this effort, but really relying on all of you to input, help guide us, help raise your missions, objectives, opinions, input, et cetera, to make this a strategic plan that holds water for the next 5 years. Our objectives today are, one, I just want to set the table on what this planning effort is going to look like, what to expect. how much time do we have to do it? How are we going to do it? To just align on some of the expectations about how we need to all do this together. Steve and I we're not coming with answers. We're coming with structure and process so that you all have a place to plug in your input and desires for the next X years of time in the coalition, and ultimately refine that into a document that can help give us a backstop and guide through the next 5 years of our operation. This is supposed to be interactive, so I'm going to get us through the next couple of slides here, and then I'm really looking for input at this point, and then we'll go through some near-term next steps and launch into this. I'm going to put my glasses and notes down here.
Oh. There we go.
Which one am I pointing at? This or that?
You're just pointing in general, it should be fine.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. So, quick overview. So what are we doing? 5-year strategic plan that covers the 2028 through 2032. Starting today, we have the next 18 months through April of 27 to do that. 18 months seems like a long time, but given the number of member organizations, the diverse geography that you all cover, the diverse watersheds, the current funding climate, that's not a lot of time. And so these next 18 months is going to be a lot of info gathering, compiling, distilling, working through funding landscape, restoration landscape to make sure that we've got the right targets on paper so that we can start making decisions together to get from here to there. From a participation perspective, you guys already started, by the way. Thank you very much for the questions that you answered as part of the registration process. We looked at all of those answers. We'll talk about what those look like on paper here in a moment. That's exactly what we're looking for is that input and interaction so that we can start to put a structure in place to continue our impact as a collective body. As I mentioned, Steve and I will act as overall facilitators, coordinators, drivers if needed. But we're really going to be looking to this group to help put pen to paper and content on page so that the plan that we end up with makes sense for all of us. And part of that is going to be forming probably a number of different committees, but one would be a strategic planning committee, a smaller group of us that helps really, broaden the horsepower that Steve and I can bring. It's only 2 of us and there's a lot of you, but how are we going to review the information that's brought in, put it on paper so that you all can have a chance to review it, approve it, ultimately adopt it as a coalition? How are we going to get there? This is it's high level. We're going to be gathering information using surveys, using working sessions, using direct outreach. So expect to hear from me or Steve. Expect to be asked questions. You'll have time to do homework, but this intended to be an interactive process. It's a for us, by us process here. So let's do that. Let's be ready to engage. There will be a lot of assessing going on, restoration efforts, funding landscape, which is continually changing, as we all know, watershed conditions. And then as we get towards the tail end of the 18 months, this isn't going to be a process where you all put some input and then some magic happens behind the screens, but there's going to be a number of review cycles reflecting back. Did we hear you right? Does this make sense? Does this hold water? So you all, there won't be any magic happening behind the scenes, and then all of a sudden a coalition strategic plan is forced upon you all to be part of the process along the way. Here's what it looks like over time. The 18 months is broken down into 4 phases. We're in phase 1. The bulk of the heavy lifting is going to be, where's the red button? Oh, is the stakeholder engagement. This is where we're hoping for as much input as y'all can give us, so that we can have a full, robust strategic plan. And then we'll get into the heavy lift, the last 4 or 5 months, right before our target deadline of having a adopted strategic plan for 127. Our 2 big milestones are December 1st of 26. So the end of next year, we have to have a formal draft. And then 4/1/27 is when our target is to have an adopted strategic plan that meets the needs of the coalition. We are here right now. Like I said, we looked at all of your Your responses to the question, I should like, so as of 3 days ago, we looked at all of the responses we've received. I think we went from 60 responses to 80 over the weekend. So thank you. We'll look at the rest of those, but a lot of great information in there. And the way that shakes out is if we look at the categories, this is the general buckets that the information, the answers that y'all provided should go. This is a starter list, not a finished list. And even these categorical names may change over time, but I just wanted to walk you through. And I'm going to hit pause on this really quickly just to see if any of these surprise you. But so species recovery, science and monitoring, regulatory process and permits, restoration, and then fish patches and barrier issues. Anybody surprised anything? Any big ones missing?
I just have a question. What is meant by species recovery? I mean, it's obvious we're trying to get steelhead back into a self-sustaining place
that's it. I think
geographically distributed, but there must be more than that.
Well, so this is more a summarization of all of the 60x responses that we got to those questions. And so as I think about a strategic plan, we need to break it down into what are the big buckets of work you can pursue. And so, but I would say this is more a summary concept of the responses that came back. So you're right. It's obvious. So that's why it's at the top of the list. Okay. What hangs underneath that really starts to come down to some of the other things that we need to talk about as part of the strategic plan is how do we make decisions as a coalition on what we pursue within the species recovery category? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I just see these other things more meaty than that.
But I didn't have a better 2-word summary bucket to call it. One of the ones that I think is probably part of all of these, but may warrant its own bucket as we start to get into the planning process, is community engagement and education. It's important. It's a big deal. And it may, as we start to get into the meat and potatoes of producing the document, we may decide that needs to have its own category. So these summary categories came explicitly from all the responses that came in, but implicitly, either by reference or reading in between the lines, there's this, if you think about this as the what we want to do, there's also the how are we going to get this done together. And so if we look at the left-hand side of the circle as more impact focus, this is going to be more operational focus. How are we going to set priorities as a coalition, particularly with I don't know what is it, 30 some organizations that each organization has its own missions, objectives, goals. There's not infinite funding to go around. And so how do we as a collective group look to make decisions about what we're going to work on collectively? Member engagement and growth is important, especially as we want to grow our footprint, grow our impact, grow our span. There's 2 pieces to this. One is purely just growth and engaging more organizations to support the efforts. But 2 is how do we give existing and new membership a way and a place to plug in to this coalition? What does it mean to be a part of this coalition? Communication coordination, I think that maybe is another obvious one, but I think where this is really meaningful is even tactically as part of the planning process is how are we going to bring everybody along as we progress to getting closer and closer to a plan? How are we going to keep you informed? And Elizabeth and I will talk about that in a minute. Scaling impact, right? We've got the power of us. It's pretty amazing. It's a large group. And so how do we force multiply that versus just having 30 individuals working together, individual orgs working together? And then funding, especially on this side, to create an infrastructure, if you will, to support a coalition operation. It takes time, energy, dollars from somewhere. And so we want to just think about that as we move into that next 5 years. So overall, this is the starting place as we start to think about what does a strategic plan look like on paper. And so I'm going to hit pause again and just ask for feedback. Again, what are we missing? What's surprising? What do we want to make sure we emphasize? Are there any that we need more meat on the bones of how we're wording them? Any input on what you're seeing here?
Do you have policy under regulatory processes and permits, or is that separate?
Mac's version of looking at this is yes. I lumped it under that.
Okay.
Yep. Anything else? Nothing missing? Come on.
I can run out to the microphone if anyone wants to.
Maybe education.
Yeah, I think that one is probably needs to be, it messes with my obsessive compulsive requirement for 10 buckets right now instead of 11, but I think it's probably enough folks have asked about it around the edges here. I think that probably needs something.
Could maybe fit under communication and coordination.
Water management. There's water embedded in a lot of these things, but water management as, as something unto itself. And it's more the domestic and urban water supply side of this equation.
We're recording this, right?
Yeah, this will get better.
Okay. I don't want to have to take notes in.
Yeah.
So can you say that, will you do me a favor and say that again so that this gets recorded?
Get a second chance to say it better. How about water management from the supply and demand side of the equation that obviously has a role in all these other things?
Okay.
Anybody else? Sandy.
I'm also thinking management, invasive species management. It's really a critical piece of the whole puzzle. Part of it goes to restoration, but whether it's embedded in what you have there or an independent sector.
Okay.
Anybody else?
Should probably include climate change.
Will you say a little bit more about that? So certainly as an input to what we're, many of these things, it's certainly on the left-hand side, but is that under, I guess, how would you incorporate that into strategic plan, like a strategic plan bucket?
Well, it's kind of a big elephant in the room with a lot of discussion, right? So what we might have designed for 10 years ago may not be sufficient today.
Yep.
And so having that permeate through this whole process is pretty important because we are moving forward, not going backwards.
Yes. Okay. Got it.
Sorry, I had to get some stickers. The top priority.
I think what I'm struggling with is that the Southern Steelhead was listed at the state level and the state needs to do a recovery plan. And how is this going to be different from a recovery plan from the state,
It's a good segue to so I don't know that it's different. I think that's, I use good words actually. How are regulatory documents, including recovery plans, going to be interwoven into what we put that needs to be in the fabric of our strategic plan, right? I wouldn't say that this is separate. I think that absolutely needs to be contemplated explicitly and integrated in however we're talking about this, because so much of our work is guided how it's in that document. So I don't think it's different. I think it needs to be integrated, interwoven. Is that the how is the question?
Yeah, it's.
I feel like I've done this in northern Santa Barbara County recently, and we have done the working groups for the Central Landscape Partnership, and then we'll probably do a similar multi-stakeholder process for a recovery plan. And I'm just like, how is it additive and complementary and not duplicative?
That's the right question.
Yeah.
And I think that went back to the key considerations. I'll just elaborate and how, as we're starting to think about the journey we're about to take on producing the plan, that needs to be one of our guiding principles. How is it supplemental and additive, not for sure. I don't have the answers. That this is the input that I'm looking for. So let's make sure we put them. No.
Question, sorry.
This is why it's gonna take a while. This is not something we're gonna do quickly. How about anybody in the back? Anybody in the back have any input? Sorry to make you guys go deer in the headlights, my bad.
I appreciate what you're doing. And strategic planning is always a challenge. I remember Noah came in and did with us. And they had an interesting approach and trained people to do it. But it seems like we're split over process versus the actual strategic plan itself. And I would add a few things, including, partnerships with tribes and environmental justice and communities, but that doesn't, I don't think goes in the way you're looking at this here. So.
That's a good, so I guess, so two responses to that. One is, I think, given where we are as a coalition, in order to grow and scale and support a broader impact zone, if you will, there does need to be some operational objective as part of our strategy. Because some of that is, what do we want to be and how do we want to operate as a coalition? There's a coalition that brings together for sharing information, and then there's a coalition that comes together to actually expand. I used force multiplier earlier because it's stuck in my head, but how do we double down on our collective network so that we can make more of an impact and deepen and expand that? And so some of our strategy is operational strategy. And so I wouldn't look at it so it's easy. I could see where you're going with process, but I also think that this is more about what's our strategy as a coalition, a collective organization. What's our strategy to work together so we can make wise decisions together that are additive, not duplicative? And particularly in this funding climate, how do we not end up setting objectives and goals for this coalition that are now competing for some of the same funds that each of us as individual organizations are competing for?
Yeah, I think broadly that just like having some more synergies just in the way that we're thinking about this and how private entities and organizations can amplify what the state can do or can't do is really crucial here. I mean, we have the ability to work at a much faster rate. We have an ability to work with private entities in ways that can be difficult for the state. We have ways to have community and local relationships that can strengthen our efforts in much more prolific manner than the state can immediately easily address. At the same time, we also have these ecosystems where we have other partner organizations working on sister related taxes that we can bring together. Think of, like, for example, Southwestern Pondrill. We have Southwestern Pondrill. In many cases, that's really good steelhead habitat. But I don't see anybody from Pondrill community here today to talk about this, and I think that's a missed opportunity. And so looking ahead, it's looking at identifying species that interrelate these habitats and the organizations that work with them, as well as looking at the drawbacks for the recovery plan and its implementation that really need private partners and entities to uplift and curate.
And if I can say something, I invite all these people. There's people from who do beaver restoration that are invited. So if you see people like that and you think they'd be good at this meeting, just forward them, my email or anybody's email, because like you said, we can't do this by ourselves, and we all are using the same stream. So just want to put that out there. Yeah, no problem. Go ahead, Mac, with your response to that. Sorry, I thought he was going to respond to that.
Thanks. So I kind of represent the infrastructure construction side of things. I'm a biologist, but I think there's an underrepresentation of the people who are building things. Like, we build roads, we do flood projects. I used to work for an organisation where the law was that you made it environmentally better when you did that work. That's the way we should all be thinking about how we do things. It's how do we we all think in silos. Our engineers build roads, they build flood channels. They don't think about fish unless they're forced to. And we should be engaging in a much better way to get all of our projects are now built in a way that building the most that we can do, not just, I've got to get people from A to B.
No, that's great. I think as I think about this next 18 months journey, so those are the topics. There's a specific outcome, there's a specific objective in mind of it, in better engaging those conversations. The question I would have that hopefully this planning exercise can begin to address is, so how do we get there? How does a coalition support a deeper discussion that's more inclusive of the right folks around those efforts, or the supplemental efforts that go on for habitat restoration or barrier removal or infrastructure planning. And so an example would be, and I'm not suggesting this is, but so as we look at the strategic plan and we start to get closer to final, that could be one of those strategic objectives over the next 3, 4, 5 years is what is the right structure that we need to put in place and formalize as a coalition so that those conversations are becoming more natural part of the process, integrated part of the process, versus I wish I would have or we should be doing more of. Is there an opportunity that we can leverage the coalition to do that? I think similarly to the speed at which this group and our member organizations can operate is another objective for the coalition to amplify. How do we bring big initiatives that may be held up by some of the slower moving decision making that needs to happen to fund and support our goals and still make more quicker decisions, earlier impact, engage on the ground sooner. So these are all opportunities. I think the group has to decide, is this where we want to spend our energy and focus? And that's what this effort is really. It's a dynamic effort. There's not one way to do strategic planning, but having the structure so that we can start to bubble up the right goals, the right objectives that are, number one, feasible, both from a membership, but also in the next 5 years so that we can measure them. And two is actionable. So are they going to make a difference, and can we start to do them soon? There's a phrase here. What is it? Adopt this third bullet, aim high, act now mindset. Most of the work and objectives and aspirations that we have as organizations have horizons that are much longer than a 5-year strategic plan. And so what are we doing now that we can measure that support those 8-10-year restoration projects or those 8-10-15-year barrier removal projects? There are things we can do now and measure that we can align on as a diverse member body that we can start moving forward towards.
I have a quick question. I don't think I need a mic. I'm new to the group. I've been doing a lot of work down in San Diego County. And my question is, I think it would be very helpful for at least me and maybe some other new people that are here. Is there a 5-year plan that's in place now that you guys up here have already done?
It's on our website, yeah.
And so it's on your website? And so you know what's worked and what hasn't worked so far? Okay, so I need to review that to catch up with you all on this. So this isn't starting brand new.
No, and it was very informal. It was like focus on these rivers, right? Santa Clara River was one of them. But it's woefully out of date, right? So it has the mission of the coalition, it has the rivers that we believe to be targeting, and it has really prioritized partnered projects that we believe that are really important to focus on. And the last 2 years of coalition, if anybody comes here and attends the meetings regularly, people would give prioritized partner project updates where these projects were prioritized by the coalition and we wanted to get updates. Peter Dixon's here. He would give updates on the Santa Clara River Preserve all the time. Luis Choyo would give updates on their monitoring projects and Bird Freeman Pass diversion. So there was already a plan in place, and this one is updating it so it does more for the coalition, right? It's not something we just say, hey, we think this is what it should be. This is a process that will take into account many different views and make it so it's not just like, what do I think the coalition should be doing as the coalition project chair? It will be, what do we think the coalition should be doing in the next 5 years?
Gotcha. And how often do you meet?
Every quarter.
Once a quarter?
Once a quarter.
Okay. And then are you expanding your scope then? You guys are more in the central area?
This is probably your first coalition meeting ever.
Sorry?
This is your first coalition meeting ever?
Yes, it is. Yes.
So we meet quarterly and we we'll give a talk. We'll give one talk and then we will give project updates and have an open discussion, usually. So yeah. And you can see all our meetings on YouTube. They're all archived. Yeah.
Thank you. That's just what I need. Thanks.
Anybody else want to add to this part of the conversation before we move on?
Okay, thanks. Thank you. So I just want to review this page. We've talked about some of these things already, but one of the these are just key considerations. So strategic planning in the context of a coalition is fun for many different reasons. It's unique. So we're not one organization, we're not one entity. And so we're many entities that are coming together. And so we want to, I'm using the term as I'm about to say we shouldn't use. So one of the traps we want to avoid is the collective we, right? We can do this, we can do that. Well, we is us, right? So there's not a department then that can come do this. So as we're going through this process of what do we believe we can do as a coalition, we have to remember that we're volunteering our organizations to be a part of that solution. And so, and some of that is about if we're raising these ideas and if we're putting these aspirations and objectives on paper, then how do we hold each other accountable to push that forward as a collective team? We've got Elizabeth that can help push and keep us on track and say, hey, you said you were going to do, but why didn't you do? And so we'd like to minimize the why didn't you part so that we can keep things moving forward. And so part of this will be kind of our initial foray into working on something together, is then doing the work together and meeting the deadlines together and producing an artifact together that represents us together. And so that's the second bullet here. Is it tries to speak to that, as we have as part of this coalition, we have accountability to each other. While yes, our organizations may have different flavors of objectives, overall mission and aspiration wise, there's a ton of alignment. And so how do we use each other and benefit from each other to achieve those aspirations without accidentally undermining or stepping on our own organizational objectives? The last part I want to talk about, and then I'm going to try to stop talking and let y'all talk a minute, is there's two different things. And I think this gets to what he was saying a minute ago. There's strategic planning, which is, it focuses on what do we want to do as an entity? It's external facing, it's 5 to 8 pages max. It sets a guide. It's our guide star, puts some backstop for decision making, but it's aspirational, it's forward looking. How we do those things and how we get there starts to get more into the process side, and that's the implementation framework. It's easy to say we want to go do all of this, but how we get there, how we work together, how we make those decisions, how we show up, how we spend time, energy, and money. That's the implementation framework. So the output of this exercise over the next 18 months will be both documents. An overall strategic plan that will be formalized, reviewed, approved, and adopted by the coalition, 5 to 8 pages. It'll be pretty, and it's something that we can use to help justify the decisions we're making, help grow membership, help go after funding, help do all of those things. The implementation framework then is going to be internal. It's going to be way less pretty, a lot more pages, but how are we going to do that? And then that's even a higher level than, as you all know, then especially for infrastructure folks, right? You've got the framework and then you actually have a plan. And so it's going to break down, but these two documents together over that 5-year period is intended to give us what we're going to do and the roadmap on how we're going to get there together so that we can start making decisions and then taking actionable steps towards those ends. I know I'm missing a lot of things that we need to consider. I know one of the things, we'll talk about that in a moment when we talk about some next steps, but making, as somebody said it a minute ago, about making sure we've got the right, that there's member organizations, there's the regulatory bodies, there's the tribal membership and the tribal footprint that we need to make sure it's critical to us moving forward. What are we missing here in key considerations as we're about to embark on this? I know I'm missing some.
What are we missing?
That sounds like a paper to me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm not going anywhere after this. So if you think about it, if you think of something, come find me. Let's talk about what's coming next. So we've talked about this up front. In order to successfully get through this process, we do need to identify a strategic planning committee, a small group that can meet more regularly and start to talk about, number one, the information that we're receiving, help distill it, probably help represent different categories of work, whether it's representing the tribal voice, whether it's representing landowner voice or policies. And so a next step that I'll take the action item, but expect me to be reaching out to folks is identifying who are the 5 to 6 folks that want to sit around that strategic planning table to help push and drive this work forward. If anybody's interested in doing that, come find me after this. Elizabeth and I will send out contact information after this meeting. But that is a key next step to keeping this thing moving forward. There will also then be likely multiple subgroups that spin off of this to help go and do some deep dive work, whether it's a particular policy, whether it's climate change, whether there's going to need to be work done so that we can get the right objectives framed in the right way on this strategic plan. The next 2 items, one is, we meet quarterly, but we will be sending out a status progress at some frequency, probably monthly, maybe not monthly initially, but eventually monthly. So you all can be on board where we are in the process, when you might be expected to provide some input or review cycle. And then the last, I guess this is really, it's going to be the first update will happen at the end of October-ish. What?
Is that October 2026 or 2025?
It's basically a progress update next month.
Okay.
So. Oh.
Yeah.
I put your name aside.
Okay.
So we'll come back to that. Actually, let me just go to opinion. So this is just a rough draft on it. So if you're interested in doing the strategic planning committee, it's high level, what to expect, what we're asking of you. Like I said, 5 to 6 people would be great. And this is what we're going to be looking for, but it's really engaging. It's engaging in the process. I'm not the subject matter expert here. I can put the structure in place. I can drive, I can reflect back what I've heard, but the benefit of having me do this is purely objective. I don't have member org affiliation. I'm here for the process of producing a strategic plan. Y'all are here with subject matter expertise that needs to land on the pages. And so, the ideal committee composition, that's a very, very partial list, but ideally, these are some of the roles. I missed tribal. I'm sorry, but we need somebody to help represent the tribal voice on that committee. Here's the expectations. I'm not going to read them all, but I think it's as you would imagine. Come to some meetings, track down some homework for us, help us really think about what the words that are going to go on the page so that this document ultimately is a polished document that drives us where we need to go. Now, any questions? That was a lot. I talked way more than I wanted to. That means y'all need to start a little.
So what does anybody think about this process? We're uneasy, we're confused, hopeful, happy, jumping for joy. We're gonna make a parade.
I'm tired because it's 3:15. I don't want to do it.
Remember, there is still coffee. You want coffee?
All right, different question. Any volunteers to be on the strategic planning committee? Okay, expect a phone call.
So this is just the kickoff, right? This is not end all be all, right?
This is the first of many, many meetings. Like I said, minimally, there will be more opportunity as we start to refine those categories for you to respond to additional survey questions, if not a direct phone call, because somebody told me, oh, you really know your stuff, and I'll give you all a call or an email. And so the ask is, if you end up not being one of the select few that get to be on the strategic planning committee, that you're at least responsive to the emails. So as we're looking for input on just more information or framing of information that we heard, be honest, I've got thick skin. I want this to represent the coalition's input. So if I word something silly, tell me that's silly, or be more direct if you want. But let's make this make sense for you all, so that ultimately it's going to help us make great decisions as we get into that 2028 to 2032 time period. There's a lot of time between now and then. The coalition is going to evolve between now and the beginning of 2028. Ideally, we're going to be set up to make some real impact for that that 5 year period. And so between now and then, let's do that.
So we've definitely done a lot of for the Sentinel Landscape Partnership around Vandenberg. I steered committees on water and steelhead priorities for northern Santa Barbara County. And so there's already somewhat of a strategy. So I'm happy to share that part. And I know Laura Riga and I are like original coalition members, so that can bring some history. And she's one of the things that we identified in our strategic plan at Coastal Ranches Conservancy was to have a steelhead protocol for that region. So where it's regional specific, I'm happy to participate. It's just I technically am a half-time employee right now, so it's just capacity. And if it's too much, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that's another thing that we have discussed too, is that we are covering a huge area. So maybe you're like Candice, you're like, I feel comfortable helping, but not speaking for Santa Monica Mountains or the Santa Clara. Maybe you want to be part of, you want to do a smaller area. That is something we can talk about too, right, Mac?
Mm-hmm.
It's also really important to get your input on this because I'm the one who is driving the coalition bus right now, which is great. I'm having a great time. But some people want to get off at certain exits, right? We want to have some stops and chill out for a while. I don't know where these stops are all the time. I have to assume, guess, talk to you, listen to you, and then plan our little route on the Steelhead Coalition journey. So by you being involved in this process, you're really helping me make sure that the coalition is not missing areas that we should be focusing in. So if there's any input at all you have right now, and maybe not even, committing to being on the coalition steering committee, but just about the strategic process and at all, or things that we've missed. Back there, gentleman was talking about how we should probably involve construction more. I agree. Why? But what's the point? We shouldn't have to always be taking the culverts out and making them better. What if we just made the passages better from the start? Do you want to add something, Sammy?
I do. I'm building exactly off that really good point. So Giles, the point that you made just crystallized something in my mind as far as the federal recovery plan, the upcoming state recovery plan. They sometimes are focused on remediating past mistakes, errors, structures, whatever, taking out barriers, restoring habitat. But to Giles' point, and Tim, what you were saying, and Candice as well, this is a collection of subject matter experts, entities with different missions, goals, objectives, to bring this together to visualize in the future, not repairing past mistakes, but really looking forward to what science needs to be done, what legislative actions need to be thought about to bring the coalition together to look forward, to anticipate issues and work with like governmental agencies and structures that are being built. What studies need to be done, bills passed, etc.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a really interesting time, and just listening to all of you today, it's the collective knowledge and just vision in this room is remarkable. And steelhead, they use almost all parts of the watershed, so they're like the perfect indicator species to start really applying some of these forward-looking principles.
Yeah. I was talking to Andrew right before he had to leave, and right before he left, he said, "Now's the time." There seems to be more traction than there was 10, 15 years ago. There's attention, there's energy. Now's the time. So let's spend the time to go and get those right goals on the page, and to start being more forward looking. Some other questions or triggers just to prime the pump as you're thinking about this is, one is, how can the coalition amplify our collective impact by working together? The other one is, how, if you're thinking more organization centric, is how can being a part of this coalition expedite or benefit the projects that I'm working on through my organization right now. Those can all be parts of our strategic plan. And so how can the coalition benefit each member, and how can the collective coalition amplify the impact of us as a body of like-minded, mission-driven, focused on Southern Steelhead organizations? Anything else?
Right here. I guess a couple of things. So I'm a tad bit of an interloper because I'm technically from the northern part of the state, and the Nature Conservancy and Trout Unlimited and Cal Trout, we have what's called the Salmon Steelhead Coalition, exact same initials as the Southern Steelhead Coalition. And I guess that's a couple of thoughts, which is just listening to this. These are so Steve Johnson, who's going to be part of your team, helped us get formed. We've been around now for 11 years together. We've been through a lot of the questions that you folks are talking about here, and just a couple of thoughts from. I'm one of the 3 co-managers of the coalition with Trout Unlimited and Cal Trout. I think a thing I would say is that a lot of the questions, like the policy issues, the science questions, the challenges that you're trying to address are ones that elsewhere in the state, there are other coalitions, not just ours, that are wrestling with. So you're not alone, even though I think the southern part of the state really gets overlooked from a steelhead and even a salmonid perspective. That's not right, and it's not fair, and there's a lot of common cause that you'll have elsewhere in the state. So I would think about, this coalition. If coalitions in essence should be more than the sum of the individual parts. Otherwise, why are you getting together? You're just wasting time. You're taking time away from work you would do just yourself. So if it's going to be more than the sum of the individuals, how do you do those things that accelerate the pace and scale of your actions? And so I'd say, there are other examples elsewhere in the state. There's other groups that you can tap into that are more statewide that could bring more together. And if you have an issue or concern about, groundwater or on, permitting policies, I bet there's a bunch of other groups that are kind of chewing on the same problem. So tapping into those folks, even if they're not going to be members of this coalition, that could help a lot. And I think probably one of the biggest challenges I know that our coalition had to face and took years for us to work through this process. So I wish you all that, to do it faster than we did, is to figure out how to say no to things. And it doesn't mean that, it's, individual projects that don't get done because you don't all collectively agree to work on them. Those can still, each of our different organizations still do projects that just our individual projects or organizations do, but figuring out how to, as a coalition, say, these are the things as a coalition we're getting done and being seen for, so that you build some credibility, some awareness with the agencies and the legislators and decision makers to see this coalition as an effective force. So they'll come to you for thoughts and collaboration and so forth. So figuring out those few things that the coalition can focus on and be seen for and have an impact on will help build the strength and the capacity of the coalition to be a powerful voice. So and ultimately I think down the line, 3 years from now, who's still in this room? Are there more people or are there fewer people? Is whether everybody who spent their time in being involved felt like it translated into something, as opposed to just, everybody getting together. So figuring out those few things that you can look at back and say, wow, look what we did over the course of a few years, will help a lot to keep people engaged. Agree.
Thank you. And one of the things was too, some people wanted to come up from up north, but one of the things that was found really important was this be like centric to Southern Steelhead, be in our DPS, because the North does get a lot of attention. And we are all facing a lot of similar issues, but Southern California has some really unique issues, which is really important to bring up when we're doing this process, because we're so urban. That's what's so cool about this fish, man. How is it hanging? You just learned today Caamano Creek had 47 of them and they got buried alive. Like, what the heck? So these fish are really cool. They face a lot of different challenges. And it's really good to partner with our friends up north and to the east and the west, but also to make this specialized for us too in general.
I'd like to agree with both the last comments and kind of reiterate. I mean, someone who I said publicly at the beginning has a fatal flaw for putting coalitions together and trying to keep them together. Because we had a Steelhead coalition before, which Trout Unlimited and other groups and people are interested. And it actually changed when people went to actually restoration projects. Then they became very focused on that. We lost the kind of advocacy inclusion part because that's what people's capacity was for. That's what they had funding for. And that's what we did. So I don't know the answer. I don't know if I've been a failure doing coalitions, but I know this state is way too long to include all of it. I think even Southern California, the logistic challenges when you get together, it means you need to break it down regionally. That's why I look at it on a watershed basis. But I admire you for carrying forward on this. I don't think I have the life capacity to keep going through strategic planning. But I think, I would keep it simple and I would be clear on what your expectations are. Otherwise, it could be a mess. As you know, I mean, you're the professional. I'm just a Southern Steelhead fisherman. So, but I think in terms of everybody's ability and capacity, we all want to participate in a process, but the process can't overtake what else we're doing right now. So those are just my observations. I filled out a survey, right? I filled out a long survey and I hope you get all that information there to do as well as others do it. But thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Keeping it simple, I'll leave off the last S, but that's critical. And actually, to your point, much of the impact of coalitions, the reason that they're able to achieve that is because they're really disciplined about not what they say yes to, but about what they say no to. It's really easy to get caught up in that we can do all of this stuff and then you do all or nothing. And so coming up with that structure and the discipline to say, okay, good idea, not good, go for it. But from a coalition perspective, here's the 3 or 6, whatever that number is.
So I just wanted to kind of add on from what I said before about, I think that the hook for counties and other people like that I represent are how can you save us money? And I'm passionate about the environment, but not everyone that I work with is. But if I can come along, I can spend $2 million on mitigation for something that I didn't necessarily need to do if I designed it right in the first place. Now that to me is your hook into it. And that's what every project I work on is I'm persuading the designers you can save money doing it. And you do this, like you don't have to do $2 million worth of mitigation forever. You can design your bridge right. And so I think that's the way in my experience in my previous jobs is people think about money, unfortunately. And if we can find a hook to make the environment better by persuading infrastructure people that we're saving them money or we're saving them a burden, and rather than at the moment, I think we just look at infrastructure like in the construction industry, wildlife is a problem. It's something we have to overcome, and we need to turn it around so we're embracing the fact that it's not an issue. It's something we can work with rather than fear.
Right. That's like I always think about doing outreach to fishers and anglers, but outreach to construction people is also seems just as valuable. Anybody else?
We got one more from. I probably don't need the mic. Okay. I'm just wondering because I'm relatively new. Are you guys working with Santa Barbara Zoo and the Channel Islands University on their endangered species program?
Do you know that?
Channel Islands Zoo, working with them.
Santa Barbara Zoo and Channel
Oh,
Islands.
thank you. Sorry. It's been a day. Sorry. We have really good partners and connections with people at Channel Islands. There's been many times that we've been trying to do some research with them, but unfortunately, those did not get funded or other complications with, but if science is something that we think is, for me, I believe science informs restoration. How can you say we're gonna restore an area if we don't know if there's something there, right? So we can certainly work with more. I didn't know the Santa Barbara Zoo had a steelhead program.
Well, I'm not sure if they're working on steelhead, but it's a relatively new program where they're partnering with the CSU Channel Islands to make a whole center that's going to deal with local endangered species.
Okay.
And it could be a good way to grow the coalition by engaging with students, get more young volunteers in here.
Love that.
Yeah, that's a great idea. We do go to the Channel Islands Science Fair or the big science carnival, but I believe heavily in involving students because if you get them to care now, they will always care in the future. They don't have to learn later that the nature's amazing and so is the outdoors. Anybody else?
Yeah, I guess after just listening to everybody and thinking about the coalition and the members that are here, it seems like most of the hard groundwork is going to be done with the coalition members who are actually working on projects and facilitating communication with private entities or governments on how to remove barriers and get blockages out of the way or improve water quality issues or those kinds of passage issues. So it seems to me that the coalition should be kind of above that and at the level of facilitating the activities of the member groups within the coalition to get the jobs that they're working on done faster. And, maybe opening the door to more projects going on at the same time frame to speed the process. Because I'm personally, and I know with Santa Barbara Fly Fishers, our group, Save Santa Barbara Steelhead is our kind of idea. And, we moved to that because we just felt like things had to pick up pace. We're just not getting the work done fast enough before these fish wink out on us. So to me, the coalition could be facilitating member activities.
I think that's right. Just philosophically, somebody said it earlier, I don't remember who, but the function of a coalition is to amplify or expedite or otherwise support it, because if it doesn't do one of those three things, then let's just keep doing our own. It's just a time suck. And so yes, it isn't its own entity. And so it is a collective body of like-minded organizations. So how do we work with each other, or how does the presence of the entity add some horsepower that otherwise didn't exist?
We have about a couple more minutes left for this, and then we'll move on to open discussion.
I'm just curious what the coalition's involvement in speaking with water districts or groundwater management companies or agencies, and kind of how their input could impact maybe the strategic plan on kind of, especially because they do build barriers and that sort of thing in rivers. So I'm just kind of curious on that involvement and whether that's kind of something to look for in creating the strategic plan.
Do you have a position?
Like a construction idea of kind of involving.
We always invite water companies to come and be a part of the meeting. Whether they do is their prerogative. They decide that. That's it.
But I do think, to your point, I think that they are an entity that has impact in the work that we're all trying to do. And so that could certainly be incorporated into, I don't know if it's communications and outreach, but how do we, if it's determined that this is a meaningful part of the strategic plan, what is the strategy? Do you go engage them earlier in the process, or engage them to be a part of the process so that they're working alongside, not working in the way of? So good question. I think it's another input that we need to consider as we go through this process.
I think that's very important coming from a water district. Water districts extract, but they're also forced by state and federal to get back. And then they have budget, which is one of the big components of any activities to find money. And then they bring a lot of power behind that to actually execute lots of projects. So between, well, I just think it's a great partnership that water districts should be involved because they do projects and they certainly need the help to be able to go faster forward in a broader scope. So I think it's a good point.
Yeah, it's excellent. I mean, I think both from an infrastructure and from a water district perspective, if we can flip conservation efforts from being a cost center from an infrastructure or water district to a savings opportunity, or at least a collaborative, we're not getting in the way of each other, that's magical. But so far, yes, it's been in infrastructure. It's like, oh gosh, you got to go spend money to do this. It's because it's retrospective. From a water district perspective, probably the same kind of a problem. And so it's definitely important.
This is the last input, and then we're going to move to open discussion.
This is my last input, but having been elected to the Casitas Municipal Water District and spent way too much time, the Metropolitan, the person actually was after I was on this Caamano Restoration Federation board, actually worked with the Metropolitan Water District. And from within water districts, including Callegas at one time, their general manager was very interested in steelhead. So if you can identify those people from within, and I think get support. They have money, they have engineering, they have skills. They're usually reactionary and slow to change, but there are people within that want to help. And if you can identify those people, I think you have a much greater opportunity, as previous speakers just said.
That's great. Thank you. So let's wrap this up. We'll let y'all off the hook. Thank you for all the input so far. I'm looking forward to working with you all on this effort. I'll be in touch. Elizabeth will send out my contact information. So if you have things that you wish you would have said, or you didn't want to say in front of everybody else, find me. Yeah, I'm looking forward to see where we land at the end of this 18 months.
Yeah, thank you. Everyone give Mac a hand. So I do want to say, what will happen next is a very cool part of the meeting. It's when I get to sit and watch you guys do a lot of work. It's great. It's when you guys come up here and you're going to talk about whatever announcements you want to make, as long as it's steelhead or restoration related. And talk about if you have a problem, if you need someone to sign a letter, if you need someone to help you with restoration project, or you want to get something done, you come up here and take the mic. Before we do that, I want to make one last announcement. Thank you guys for all coming out here. Thank you to our government partners, our agency partners. Thank you guys for coming out here. And again, if you know anybody who wants to join this meeting, just send them the meeting. My email, there is no, unless you're trying to make money off of this or something, I don't know. We're just here to have everybody included, right? So feel free to send this to anybody who you think should be part of this. If they're beaver people, if they're turtle people, if they're plover people, send them here. All right, the mic is now yours. I ask that people speak into the microphone as a way to keep this from just a lot of shouting back and forth. But if you have something you want to talk about, come up to the microphone and grab it. Everybody? I could bring it to you if you want me to.
I'll be the guinea pig.
Yeah, not gonna stand in the light. This is such a great meeting to be part of. So thank you all for including me and allowing me to somewhat interlope. But the issue I want to talk about is very much relevant to Southern California. It's been brought up a couple of times. Candice mentioned it, and so did my colleague Keith. It's the impact of wells. And so, a little journey story is that a lot of the work that I do, it centers on restoring stream flows up in Northern California coastal streams, tiny watersheds that are not the main stem, but they're the tributaries to the larger rivers where salmon and steelhead are, and rearing coho. So like steelhead, they're there all year round. You need the summer dry season base flows in order to have rearing habitat for the fish to survive and complete the life cycle. You're all familiar with that. I've been doing projects working with local landowners, sort of this win-win, where it's like, if we can get people to not be reliant on dry season base flow, That's good for people because that's the most vulnerable water, especially in dry years. We had a lot of people who were their streams that were their source of water were drying up. So being able to go to folks who rely on stream flow or those shallow wells that are right next to streams and be like, hey, if we can help you put in a storage tank that can meet your dry season water needs, then you're not reliant on that dry season flow and you're leaving that water in stream, leaving more water in stream for rearing habitat. Win-win. Climate resilience, drought resilience, it's a great thing. One of the things that we came to realize though is that we can do these projects. They're very feasible. There's nothing really magical about them. They're not terribly easy, especially if they have water rights involved. But the thing is that somebody can come in and put a well right next to the stream without doing any consideration of the impact on stream flow and undo all this work that we've done. And so when we think about the long-term durability of our conservation objectives to really restore the health of our rivers on into the future, taking into account climate change, we cannot ignore wells. And you know, I know that Sigma has drawn a lot of attention to groundwater management, but I'm talking about wells in our fractured bedrock watersheds that are such a huge portion of the state that Sigma does not address. So and back in 2018 or 16, there was a Scott River decision, which if you haven't heard about it, I can send you information about it. But long story short is basically there was a legal decision that has found that counties, as an extension of the state, because they permit wells, they are in essence an extension of the state, and they have to take into consideration public trust resource protections. And in the Scott River, it was particularly associated with Siskiyou County having a well permitting authority and permitting wells, allowing wells to go in that were ultimately dewatering the Scott River, having an impact on salmon fisheries. So since that time, Sonoma County was sued over their well permitting ordinance. And they embarked on an effort to try to update their well permitting ordinance. It's complicated to somewhat figure out. I won't sugarcoat it that it's an easy process, but ultimately the key thing here, and this is, you know, again, all throughout the entire state of California, every single county needs to have a well ordinance that actually truly looks at the impact of new wells. It's not about dealing with existing wells. That's a different problem, but going forward with new wells, there should be an analysis whether that new well is going to have a significant impact on a public trust resource. In this case, you could talk about streams. There could also be wetlands and other public trust resources that you might be concerned about, but to do it in a conscious way. They can choose to have that impact. That's a different question of balancing and other whatnots. But right now, counties, for the most part, if you look at a county well ordinance, it largely deals with how close should your well be to like your septic field. It's mostly, and it's in the public health department. It's not in water management. It's mostly a concern about public health. So the opportunity here, you know, and throughout the state is to encourage counties to undertake this effort, because ultimately it's such in the interest of the community to not have these wells going into the fractured bedrock watersheds that are so important for steelhead. If you want to recover them, we need to make sure that there's the physical habitat, but that there's the water to go with it and on in perpetuity and all. Otherwise, a lot of this restoration work we're talking about will be for naught, and that would be a shame. It's also in the benefit of the community because every single well that goes in is having some depletion impact on the stream flow, and that's existing water rights or existing wells. And so it's undermining the water security for communities. So doing it in a conscious way, at least that way, if there's an impact, it's understood, and at least other water users and other beneficiaries have a chance to weigh in. Because otherwise, right now, in most cases, the limitations on a new well are very minor, and almost anybody can put them in without any consideration of impact. So this is a body of work that I'm doing with Cal Trout and Trout Unlimited and other folks, Candice and Brian Troutman from EDC. You know, we're talking to the counties and trying to just raise awareness and offer help, you know, to try to navigate the process. So this is a body of work that we're working on. If you want to know more, feel free to reach out to me. I've got some fact sheets that I'd be happy to share with folks. And getting more vocal, talking to county folks and encouraging them to address this, because it's a problem that gets worse every year and just becomes a bigger problem to solve. So the sooner any county deals with this, the better off they're gonna be.
What's your name? Sorry.
Monty Schmidt.
Monty Schmidt.
Sorry, I should have said at the start, Monty Schmidt with the Nature Conservancy.
Yeah, I'd love to add that. It's like, don't forget that part.
Sorry.
My own personal announcement I'm gonna make. I've seen a lot of fish rescue videos. If you need help rescuing fish, I'd love to help out. I am a marine biologist and ichthyologist. Happy to help, happy to be the hands in the water, go walking through the stream. That is my announcement to you guys. Help me get to know the watersheds more, especially since we have so many of them that have expanded. We went from 2 to like 7 or 8 watersheds. I'm sorry, I don't remember the exact count. It's been a long day. Who would like to come next to make an announcement?
Well, first of all, let's have a big round of applause for Elizabeth for the song. And thank you all for all of your work to protect and restore the Southern California steelhead. I'm Brian Troutwine. Yes, Troutwine, I know. I did get into this line of work because of my name, but I wanted to follow Monty from the Nature Conservancy because we're doing such great work on passage. You're all doing such great work on these amazing fish passage projects, getting the fish upstream to better habitat. I don't think we're focusing enough on making sure there's enough water in the creeks and rivers for steelhead. And that's why I really want to echo what Monty said about ensuring that when people develop new water wells, they're considering the impacts on stream flows and steelhead and mitigating those impacts. In Santa Barbara County, you get a well permit over the counter. There's no CEQA, there's no environmental review, there's no mitigation of impacts. There should be. Santa Barbara County's own CEQA guidelines say that bedrock wells can cause significant impacts to endangered species, yet the county doesn't evaluate impacts to steelhead and red-legged frogs from drilling new water wells. Some of us remember in 2008, it was a good year for steelhead. There were a few of them around, and in Carpinteria Creek, there were 3 adults over 20 inches and a number of resident fish, smaller fish, came up during the storms to spawn. It was in April. They were in a pool below an impediment, a 10-foot deep pool, and it was next to a well in an orchard, and that well was flipped on overnight. That 10-foot deep pool went dry, killing all of those fish that were there to try to spawn. So a lot of this gets at what my organization, the Environmental Defense Center, EDC, does is enforce environmental laws. We can do all this restoration, we can restore flows, but if people are violating the law, if agencies are violating the law and damaging steelhead habitat, then we're not going to be successful in the long run. So a couple of things that EDC has been involved in that I wanted to mention and highlight just to kind of run it by you, maybe open up some ideas in your mind. Water rights. We've been involved in the Cachuma water rights process since the late 1980s, and on behalf of CalTrout, an awesome organization. And finally, after about 20 plus years in 2019, the State Water Board decided, yeah, the Cachuma project on the San Ynez River, Bradbury Dam, is violating the public trust doctrine. It's not keeping fish in good condition below the dam pursuant to the Fish and Game Codes. And the State Water Board ordered the Bureau of Reclamation to release more water into the river. And I think that's been a significant benefit for steelhead in the river. There's more work to be done. The city of Solvang on San Ynez River is proposing 2 new water wells. They call them the river wells because they want to drill these wells basically in the river. It's in critical habitat for steelhead. So EDC, on behalf of CalTrout filed a water rights protest against the city of Solvang's proposed wells. National Marine Fisheries Service filed a protest, and CDFW also stepped in. We just went through a 2-year process with the State Water Board and are waiting their decision on whether or not they're going to allow these 2 new wells to go in and how much water they're going to be allowed to pump out of the river. Back in 2014 on the San Ynez River at Cachuma again, the pumps failed to keep Hilton Creek full of water, and over 350 mykiss perished. EDC on behalf of CalTrout sued the Bureau of Reclamation for that take under the Endangered Species Act. And he also had to sue twice on the Twitchell Reservoir on the Santa Maria River watershed because they don't release any water for steelhead. And that's a significant impact to being able to try to migrate up the river and get into the Sisquoc River to spawn. So all of these things are legal cases. We talk a lot about doing work in the field, monitoring restoration, flows, passage, but we need to also be talking about enforcing the environmental laws, the public trust doctrine, the Endangered Species Act, both the state and federal level, and the fish and game codes. So that's what EDC does. That's our specialty, and we look forward to working with all of you on all of these issues and efforts. And again, thank you so much, and thank you, Elizabeth, for putting this on.
Thank you. We still have more time for open discussion. Now, if anybody else would like to come up and speak in the mic, we can. We can also do actual mingling within it. So this will be a time where I'll leave the mic up here, and if you guys want to make an announcement, you can make an announcement and get everyone's attention, like we had our two previous speakers. Or you can just talk amongst yourselves and check out the very cool tablers. These people have been here all day tabling. Please check them out if you have not. Learn about what we're doing in Jabrica Creek because those animations were really cool. And see what's happening in Rindge. They are a new part of our coalition. But yes, if you would like to make an announcement, please come up here now. And if not, make sure that you guys come mingle, enjoy yourself, and please drink the coffee. Yes. And thank you guys for coming out. Again, this is open mic, so you can come up and just make an announcement if you want to. Anybody, any takers before I let everyone mingle? Oh, one more.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to introduce myself. I work with Ventura County Resource Conservation District, and we have a variety of projects that, you know, involve the Ventura River and the Santa Clara River watershed, and then just projects across the county in general. But I'm primarily representing the Ventura River Watershed Coordinating Group and the Santa Clara River Watershed Coordinating Group. And they're both two groups born out of the IRWM grant processes, you know, trying to have regional water management across the county. And at this point, we have a ton of volunteers coming to our meetings. So immediately on Thursday, we have a Ventura River meeting on October 2nd. It starts at 9 a.m. It's only over Zoom. You can see the RCD website for more information. But we're gonna have like a 10-15 minute presentation from South Coast Habitat Restoration Group. And they'll be talking about the Wheeler Gorge fish passage barrier. That is a project that they're spearheading. So that's, you know, has directly to do with this group. Feel free to join our Zoom meeting. We also are working on a watershed resilience plan for the Ventura River, and we're doing a ton of work addressing vulnerable assets in the Ventura River and different adaptations for those assets. And there will be a ton of presentations on Thursday about where we're at in that process. So I definitely encourage you guys to join over Zoom. And then similarly to today, we're kind of in a strategic planning moment for the Santa Clara River Watershed Committee. And our next meeting will be on October 30th. And I think it will be a much smaller meeting with a few focused people who'd like to be involved with the development of a steering committee. But, you know, as Elizabeth said, it is open to anyone. So please reach out if you'd like to be involved in that process. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, I realized I said I would help rescue fish. I'll help count fish. This is my, let me go out with you in the watershed. Oh, cool, Candice.
Hi there. So this Saturday is the IF4, the International Fly Fishing Film Festival. It's going to be at the Ventura College. And Sespe Fly Fishers is the host, but they're bringing in some local nonprofits. And so Friends of the Santa Clara is going to be there. Didn't get to present on it, but we are showcasing some of the things that we're doing at the Friends there. And then there's been a recent development with regards to Rich Toya's litigation against United Water Conservation District with Freeman. And so Tevin Schmidt's going to be doing an update We've got folks from Ojai Valley Land Conservancy. They're doing a short update on Malibu Dam. We've got some others like Deborah Sharpton. She's speaking a little bit more about the invasive removal upstream of Rindge Dam in collaboration with Rindge Dam removal. So I do have a couple hard copies, but there's also a link. You can get tickets and join us on Friday. And then Sunday, SOAR, which is Safe Open Space and Agricultural Resources Ventura County. They are turning 30, and I recently joined the SOAR board and having a big celebration. There are very few tickets left, but that's on Sunday at 5 at a private residence on PCH. But just some local events.
That's a lot of local events.
Yeah. If you send me those, I will send them to the coalition. And anybody who has updates and wants me to send them to the coalition, I will send them to the coalition email blast. Anybody else who would like to give an update? All right, I'm gonna leave it here. Have fun mingling and open discussing with each other. Thank you for coming. Drink the coffee again. I know. It's like a mantra.